Okay, that was City of Angels piano tutorial by Dario Daversa. I just realized I never credited that guy before for using that. Original song by 24K Golden. But I really like the piano rendition of that. And I mean, I like the song in general, but it's really interesting to hear a hip hop song broken down to its chords, and you really realize uh, like how beautiful some of them can sound, even if they're lewd as hell. Like, although that one, I don't think that one's too lewd. Not really. Okay. Still got 10 minutes before the stream officially starts. I just thought I'd get a head start on it because the lawn work outside stopped. I want to start early if possible. So let me check my files and stuff before I get started. Let me just play that one more time. Beep. Hello, Star. It's a good song. Have not heard a single other song that they've done. Have not heard a single other song they've done. Good grammar. Anyway, got a stupidly large thing of soda here. I plan on going extra long today. Uh, to make up for being sick, for one thing, and also let, let's make it something more positive. To celebrate the new Discord server. Yeah, the new fancy new shiny Discord server. It's got that Discord server smell. It even has an admin on it already and everything. It's like a big boy server. It's not just me. You know, like sure, it's admin by one of my friends, but yes, I got the sick too. The sick. No. But let's see. Yeah, I think the first web, the, the first little thingy, I'm gonna definitely want to listen to on the whole. Like, I'm listening to Lackadaisy Shop Talk today for sure because there's some interesting stuff going on there. I mean, we got Satina, we got Monkey Wrench, but we also have this other shop talk that I didn't even know about, just about webcomics. So, since I'm talking about my new webcomic, I might as well use that one when I'm not talking about what I'm doing. I did go over the details of what Nostaphobia basically is and where it stands story wise right now in my last short stream last night. So uh, I'll answer questions about these characters or whatever, but I, I'm pretty sure I answered most things in that little. Okay. I don't mind recapping things. It's just I don't want to get details wrong or accidentally spoil things. I feel like I did a good job of managing not to spoil too much or over talk the plot. So now I'm just sort of working uh on different bits of artwork that I have going on now, and trying to ship these two together as hard as possible because I guess I just have a big crush on Bug Boy and Bear Guy. Their names are Morin and Colin, by the way. And yes, I'm aware that the art style here is very different from here. I think it's funny. It's like Morin Vision. It's like this big, handsome anime face, and it's just like it's grumpy dude. This grumpy emo, washout, music nerd. Gonna be AFK for a bit. See you soon. Okay, thank you, Star. Let's see, I want to work on this, but first, I want to work on this drawing because this one's been sitting in my library for a while and I think it looks really good and I think it deserves to be finished. So I'm going to work on this one mostly while I listen to the podcast. I just have all that other stuff lined up in the very unlikely event that I finish it or get bored and want to do something else, which is much more likely. Sorry. Oh, no, I snorted. I have arrived. Hi, Larry. One man enter, one man leaves. Let's see. Oh gosh, that's how old this drawing is. Her name is still Carrie in the original title. That's odd. Okay, well, there we go. Anyway, I'm just going to work on actually finishing and finalizing this drawing for now while we listen to this lackadaisy shop talk. Which I didn't know they did one specifically about webcomics. Like, I have two others that are lined up. Like, I didn't even know they did one specifically for webcomics, so that that's already pretty good. Let's go ahead and let the music play out. It's a stream watching a stream, but yeah. It's still something that perks my interest and is perfect for listening to while drawing. Plus, I know Ultra Monkey would be interested in knowing my thoughts about the Sativa podcast. This is going to be interesting for me because I have done some slight tweaking to Kippy since well, obviously, because she had a different name when I first started out. So this should be a little interesting. I'm not even sure if I still want to give her that eyebrow stud. However, I did decide not to give her slitted eyes. Because that she had enough annoying details already. Oh, damn, they got themselves a fancy intro and everything.
RDX on.
Oh, that's sick.
It's so shiny.
The stuff you do in your spare time, damn.
I'm glad y'all like it. I'm glad y'all like it. But
yeah, it's pretty cool. The stuff you do in your
chat seems chat seems to like it as well.
Excellent.
Oh wait, I'm a fucking idiot. This is the drawing that I did for the promo.
Hi, hello everybody.
It's that. God damn it, I'm an idiot.
So let us know if you can hear us okay.
I already did this. I thought this felt familiar. I'm stupid.
Episode today of Shop Talk where we kind of those of us on the put our heads together like who's on our wish list of webcomic artists we can talk to. Who do we really enjoy? And we came up with a list of people, and thankfully they all were agreed to come and talk to us here. So thank you all very much. And just to let you know who's here, in case you haven't figured it out.
I feel so dumb. I feel so fucking dumb.
Supercell comic, also an animator working on Lackadaisy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have Pasha here of False Edge. Who does a very wry and funny and amazing comic. And we have... Yeah.
I haven't heard of any of these people, but I don't care. I want to hear their gripes about producing webcomics. I am LFMAOing and rafflecoptering towards the door.
Yeah,
halfway.
Prepared to be complimented. We love your stuff. Yeah, Fable recommended you, and I do not regret looking into it. So
Although there's a good ass chance that even though I don't know what their respective webcomics are,
Alright.
there's a damn good chance that I've seen their
We've
artwork.
got Jared Hudson here of Cashmere Sky, another cat-based comic, so definitely right up my alley. And if you like Lackadaisy, you might find this aesthetic to your liking as well. It's got a very like a sciencey edge to it. I guess you call it solar punk, right? Is that?
Well, actually,
Solar
it was
punk.
Zach.
Oh, that sounds really interesting.
Related to me about, I don't know, 2 years after I started the project, that I don't think it's electropunk, dude. I think it's solar punk. He started showing me pictures. I'm like, oh my god, I'm an idiot. I didn't even know what I was after.
I was kind of thinking of something like that just
That's
yesterday.
Okay. The heart wants what it wants, and what
Interesting. I might need to look into that.
That can be an ad hoc thing.
Solar
Post
punk.
hoc thing. Yeah. We have ZEZ here of Ramshackle, a very hilarious comic about con artist hobo children doing the best they can to survive. And
Now that sounds cool. That sounds pretty interesting.
They are extremely lovable, and yeah,
Definitely role models for success.
Damn. Now I feel bad for not knowing about that.
We have SEK
These
here,
comics. These all sound
I'm
amazing.
familiar with their work from a while back, Cheap Thrills, and that has been rebooted into Rigsby, Wisconsin. Same characters and setting, and that's kind of like a, I guess you would say, slice of life about basically just the kind of the agony of teenagerhood, but it's so also funny and endearing, and just pulls at your heartstrings, and it's just kind of like, I don't know, makes my
I like teenage
heart beat
angst.
for
I
the
love me
regular
some
teenager
teen
and all the other
angst.
teenagers I knew growing up,
Especially because I never
I don't
grew
know,
up.
maybe in retrospect you can understand
I don't wanna
what people were
grow
going
up.
through a little bit better than you could in the moment, because you're so, I don't know, absorbed in your own adolescent struggles. But it's,
I wanted to say,
oh, go ahead.
I wanted to say that when Night in the Woods came out and I looked at and played that game, I was like, this gives me big Cheap Thrills vibes.
Yeah.
I've heard that before, but I don't know what that game is.
Ah, okay.
What?
No.
What?
Definitely
Oh my god, it's so up your alley.
Man,
It's a small, like small town, midwestern town that's dying and just full of like kids who are just trying to
Really?
survive and like escape, essentially, like figuring out how to
like bad kids.
live in
It's
a
like,
world that's not made for them.
It's like you encounter people you know, like you know this.
That sounds like a
having
Stephen
grown
King
up in
book
your
or
own
something.
small town, your own suburban like upbringing. You're like, yes, this character is so recognizable in some way. Like you can't put a specific like name on them. It's like I like you encountered this type of personality before and this type of person, and yeah, it's just so it's so relatable. It's a little bit uncanny.
Oh, you're Napoleon Dynamite or something. Like you knew someone like that.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yes.
Zeddy,
Anyway.
is your mic working? Zeddy's
Oh.
having some audio issues apparently.
Uh-oh.
Oh. You wanna check your input just in case. If you're having
Worst case
some
scenario, you could do it from your phone.
Yeah,
Usually that's
that
pretty
might
common.
work better.
That may solve all of your problems, or at least some of them.
Welcome to live broadcasting, where everything fucks up and you just.
I don't think we've had an episode yet where there hasn't been some kind of audio catastrophe in the midst of it. So. No
Yeah,
worries.
it's a tradition.
Sort of.
We've gotten
Right.
better. We've gotten
Message.
better.
We've gotten better. Yeah.
True.
It's the champagne bottle that smashes against the side. If nothing went wrong, something worse has gone wrong elsewhere.
True.
Nope.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that thought.
It's a good omen when your audio is screwed up, because then that's the worst of what you'll have to deal with.
Unless it isn't.
Yeah, that's not a guarantee of anything.
All right, so let's circle back to BM Bryce and talk about like how did you get started with your comic? What led you to doing what you do?
I got bored and I had no other options.
It's like the best and worst parts of it for you.
That's not true.
Sure. So I think the initial idea started from like a role-playing game.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Actually, you know, when I get down to it, it's role playing with me. Yeah. Oh shit.
Pinpoint any to kind of like some of the characters and the stories that they had to tell and the arcs that they obviously wanted to have. Um,
At least when I got
and
older.
That's just kind of where the idea started, and then I drafted and redrafted for a few years, and then in early 2015 I just kind of started making pages.
Hmm.
And
I
oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think a lot of people have started out with like basically like role play stuff has led to
Interesting.
the crafting of a broader world and the full story.
Huh.
It seems like
D&D
definitely
campaigns and stuff.
a place where a lot of people start their writing craft is in the midst of role play.
It's a really good
So.
way to dip your toes into writing and like and I feel like writing role play was for me a really good way to practice writing dialogue in particular because it's
Right.
like back and forth conversations between characters and trying to like have a conversation with someone
Everybody is trying their best not to say it. It's just like, you know, forms. Gaia Online. F list.
No. How do they feel though? Like, and how does that impact how they interact? And it's just really interesting to build up a discipline when you're writing where the characters feel like individual personalities that you're just translating for, rather than.
Those are probably the most vanilla examples I can think of.
To achieve plot point B or whatever.
I need to give her some other expression other than quirking.
So for me, there was a bit of a discrepancy early on because one of the first things I did the moment I decided I wanted to actually write something was like stock up on like resources, like what other writers had published in the past in terms of like this is how I plan things and this is how I have to think about the process of crafting, like story craft and such. So I very quickly dropped the angle of, oh yeah, this is like a role-playing game, and it was just like, okay, I don't want to just one-to-one translate the role-playing game. I need to do something that's like actually crafted from the get-go.
Nice.
And so
that's
like
holy shit.
of what was planned.
I'm so glad I picked this because he's kind of describing how I went about Nostaphobia.
That and so on.
Holy crap! Again, I've never heard of this guy before.
Yeah, this is very much like a complete departure. That's like a very specifically crafted experience.
I'm gonna have to check this guy out later.
I think that's pretty typical. Yeah, things to undergo some kind of dramatic evolution from where they start out.
Holy crap, that's so funny. I even said how I went about the whole thing in my last stream. If you want proof.
Sometimes you read something and you can kind of tell that they were just transcribing their role-playing games, and it's not bad, but it's a little on the nose.
It's a little, yeah.
That's so funny.
Right, the missing plot direction, which isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes stuff that just kind of like
it can work, but you can also kind of tell.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So cool.
Okay, well now that I've kind of gotten reacquainted of how I want
hello.
these be to look.
Oh my god. I was like talking to myself for like the longest time.
I hate that. That's a horrible feeling.
It happens.
We have all done this to ourselves, like talking to a muted mic and then being like, "Oh, no one likes me."
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Does anybody hear that, or is that just the wind?
Oh my god.
Nobody likes me.
I was gonna say,
we invited you in just to shame you. That's all.
Just to ignore me.
He's here. Ignore.
It's a great prank. Let's invite in Zeddy, this amazing artist who's been a crew member of ours for a while, and let's just make him feel bad. It's great.
Yeah, nice prank, guys.
Yeah.
Epic lolcow prank.
All right, Newt, what were you saying?
Ben, I wanted to say some people in chat said that their favorite part of your works were all of your unique species designs.
Yeah, gotta say, there's a
incredibly diverse
ton of variety there, and I really liked
I'm not creative enough to come up with unique species.
I guess
at least I don't think so. I mean, Morin's is about as close as you get.
Designer, and the reason for his well-empowered status, I guess, is because
Just like a hybrid bug person.
the extreme differences
Well, and
in
something
body
else.
and everybody's anatomy makes clothing such a...
Hang on, I'm going to use the bathroom. But on that note, I will say that Morin is bug and something else. But I'm not going to tell you. No. Wait, before I go use the bathroom, I need to look up a picture of Morin. I don't have a single picture of Morin saved in my backlog for the stream. That's shocking. Wow, I was showing a lot of restraint there. Too much restraint. Oh well, I'll just have this weird stoner sheep that I drew a while ago that I think is funny. Whoopsie. Okay, I'm gonna get that can out of the way. Sorry, sound like white trash.
Like, I don't know, a hot commodity because it has to be so varied to fit so many different body types. Like, that's a really cool idea. I like that as like world building.
Yeah, so something that has kind of evolved, because that was the obvious, like, oh, everybody would wear different clothes. But
Oh wait, I had
eventually,
this
I kind
right
of made the
here. I'm
realization over
stupid.
time
I
that
just
like,
needed
oh,
to
it's
pee
not
so
just
bad
clothes, it's
I
like
couldn't remember where
toilet
Morin was.
seats,
There he is. Hi
like
Morin.
door
He's so cute.
handles, stairs, everything. So I actually
Isn't
started
he
kind of incorporating
adorable?
that into the design of the
He's my
architecture. Like
favorite.
for one thing, the characters can be upwards of like 10, 12 feet tall, right? So you need to have massive doors to accommodate for that kind of character showing up. But like my main character is like 5'9" ish, so everything feels so much bigger around them. And then whenever I draw stairs now, I make sure that I have like normal stairs, and then off to like the side there's like bigger stairs, and then
The
there's
rest of
like
this is all
a ribbed
background stuff. That's why I
ramp.
never finished it. I'm no good
So
at
like you have to keep
backgrounds. I
in
hate
mind that
doing
like, oh,
backgrounds.
accessibility is probably a huge thing in this setting. Um, but
Hmm.
that whole concept started because I wanted to. It was basically an excuse for me to draw whatever I felt like it, and just be like, oh, instead of just like drawing random people, I can just be like, I'll just draw whatever the hell I want. So I came up with, um, like the excuse. It's magically scrambled phenotype. Basically, what it means is that anybody who is born weird, and like they all kind of look like they're all the same species, but they can look like basically whatever. Um, so character design, yay! But it also comes with
Character
a lot of
design
implications.
first design.
Yeah.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah.
We watched the sequel to The Croods recently, and we're like, really, like the reason to watch this is
Oh
just
man.
for the character design fun they were clearly
Yeah.
having. Everything.
Yeah. But I think my favorite discovery recently, like within the
Yeah,
past
character
few weeks,
design
because I
fun.
was thinking about it, is
Quentin,
that
that's you.
one, a lot of my characters get, for for lack of a better term, misgendered a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And something that I've realized over time is that it's because like my character designs are so wild, like the setting in this world is so crazy that um like you can't really discern something like gender or sex just by looking at somebody. So
Mm-hmm.
whatever concept of gender that this society has is like completely different from ours, to the point like in the last few days I actually kind of realized that even like straightness would be a completely alien concept because how would you even know?
Right.
So like there's, so like I realized that there's basically no straight people in my comic, and I was like, oh, look at that.
Oh.
Like,
Okay, I do know that feeling. Like, oops,
okay,
oops, all gay people.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Nothing is
like signifiers
it-
or
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not codified in any
Ants.
like pattern that you can discern.
Hi.
It's very cool. I like that.
Yeah, so that was a relatively recent decision.
I don't know what,
Just kind of
for
like
some
really
reason, it's
not being able
still
to tell
labeling your
who the
channel as
characters
dead.
are and
So,
who's
hi, dead.
what,
Sorry, it
and it's like,
doesn't
oh,
say your new channel
yeah,
name.
obviously.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
I'm actually in the process of like if you go to the comic website right now, you'll notice that the first several pages are really big, and then they start being really small for a bit. That's because I've been updating like art here and there, and also dialogue to make sure that I include more like they thems, and use dialogue that's more like, yeah, of course, because who would know who is what,
Well,
therefore
only
I should
just
change
started,
the colors
really.
to reflect that. And I've been having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, barely started.
That is very fun. I've noticed something, Pasha, in yours as well, where
I haven't even
it's
really
just kind of like
gotten a hold of what
Hera
exactly I'm going to be
is
drawing.
like not at all your typical like female-looking heroine. She's like very like she's got.
It's been
empathy
so long
and
since I've
great and all
drawn,
that, and,
well,
the Fiend
consistently,
as well is also just not
be perfectly
either
fair.
or any of the above, which is really fun.
Yeah, I don't know
how
what
to
fiend
learn.
is.
like, are you
Nobody
a boy
knows.
or a girl? Is like
Neither, yeah, none of the, yeah, right now.
No, sir, I am not.
Have skeleton
Yeah,
for him, too.
when your parents are like some
I
kind
don't wanna
of
forget.
maniac and like an eldritch creature.
Will the
That's
comic
such interesting
be
thing about
on
you.
Webtoon, or
Although
are
knowing
you
Fiend-
just gonna post the strips everywhere? What's Webtoon?
Although knowing Fiend, actually, one of the more interesting characteristics of Fiend is also kind of what's down there. But you know,
That's coming up later.
That depends. Can I
That's
make
later.
money?
When I start updating again.
I look forward to it. I also love your little side comics that you do, like.
I'm thinking of making a Patreon, basically,
Like you're still exploring the characters in tiny ways.
and going that method.
Yes, mini baby, throw at wall, see what sticks. And you also had a different comic that you were doing for a while, the one with the serial killer
Submit your
cannibal.
I'll have to look into it, but right now the plan is to do a
I
Patreon.
haven't started that one yet, but False Edge is like my sure. But False Edge is how I'm figuring out my workflow before I tackle that one, because I think that one's actually going to be good.
See,
I
this is
know,
why.
it's so good though, but I mean,
Yeah,
This is why, as soon as I had the initial inspiration for these characters, I made sure to meticulously draw down exactly how I wanted them to look, because I knew I would take long breaks, and I wouldn't get things done, and I would forget certain things. Like, for instance, Quentin's jaw is a very certain way now, and he's supposed to have these sort of spotted, clown-like things coming out, and one of his eyes is supposed to be like this and all that stuff. So I'm reacquainting myself with how these characters are supposed to look before I start getting back into doing the pages again. I have no clue how Patreon works. Once I figure it out, hopefully I'll be able to donate. I'm just gonna have it be like a tip jar. You give me $1 or something, just to keep me going.
I'm pouring a lot of ideas into False Edge, and I think hopefully I'll be able to wrap them all up. But such is the nature of webcomics, you just have to fucking do it.
yeah.
Yep. Well, yep. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I just want.
I know a lot of people
Just
get stuck in that like pre-production phase where you're like, I gotta research and I gotta get better at drawing comics before I start in on. But it's like the way you get better is
No.
just do it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, yeah, you
Yeah,
just gotta do
yeah.
it, and that's
I
what I'm trying to do
have
right now.
almost no research on this. It's a fantasy world. I'm making up most of it as I go, and I'm really I'm thrilled that I wasted like 100 hours on this comic so far because what I have people actually seem to enjoy reading, for one, and I can look back and go, "What'd you fuck up?" I'm sorry. Can we swear on this?
Yes, yes.
Go it.
What'd you fuck up on?
Go!
And like I'm definitely learning what one of my biggest problems is that I don't work very fast, and I'm finding like little places where I'm like I'm never doing it this way ever again. If I have a story that's like 500 pages long, I need to get it out before I die, and just spending a whole week on one page
Is
or longer
your comic a
is not going to work
series,
that way.
a serious
stop
one,
having
or a slice of
your
life
facial
thing?
expressions that are not serving the narrative.
More stupid face, please.
Kind of both. Kind of all over the place like that. I mean, on the one hand, the whole reason that it's called Nostaphobia is our three main characters are a duck, she is from a Howard the Duck style universe where there are only duck people, and then she gets transferred to a universe of mammals. It's not letting me draw for some reason, which is really annoying for a tablet. Okay, there you go. Okay, so yeah, let me reiterate. Kippy here, it's from an all duck society, Howard the Duck style, and gets transferred to Colin's universe via interdimensional travel. Woo, 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 woo. And there are only mammals in this universe, so she is unusual there. However, she doesn't want to be in that universe because her all duck universe fucking sucks. Fuck it, and I can't draw it. Just like no 0 stars. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like her old universe. Quentin over here doesn't even, or sorry, no, not Quentin. Morin. I'm getting my names mixed up. Morin over here. Morin. He is a bug person from a universe that he doesn't even know about. He doesn't even know where he comes from, and he's so scared of it that he doesn't want to even know where he comes from. He's perfectly fine being in the same universe as Colin over here. And Colin just straight up hates his own family and has no desire to have anything to do with his family. Hence, Nostaphobia, which means a fear of returning home. So, when you say, is this slice of life, serious, it's also comical, so it's a little bit of all of that. But I think that gives you a little bit of an idea of where I'm coming from, of where it's a little bit of a mishmash of feelings.
I love my stupid face.
No, I mean, oh god, that is for me.
And on top of that, we have borderline Power Ranger style villains like Quentin here. This slime monster who is going to show up fairly early in the story. I really love how the character has so much personality. The name is very clever, and I'm excited to see that. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the comic that I'm working on instead of like Skullboy and all that other stuff. This is the one that I've been working on behind the scenes and really been putting a lot of like thought into. But yeah, we have Quentin here, who is he has a lot to do with the interdimensional travel stuff, but I can't get too much into that. Not that I can really explain too much about it anyway, because it's kind of 3D chess stuff, and I'm probably going to say the wrong thing anyway. This is a drawing that I quite like that I should finish. And we have some other bad guys too, but they're kind of up in the air. Because I'm up in the air. I like that movie.
More than half the fun of reading or drawing a comic is the stupid faces, so I mean, I'm all in favor of it.
Hell yeah, stupid faces all the way.
Comic could be stupid faces. I would be very happy.
I mean, how many comics have I drawn where the punchline is just stupid face?
God, I feel that.
Is the stupid faces.
I'm calling myself out here.
I'm calling myself out.
And I'm like, you know what? I need to do this, and I just start googly eyeing like all like these serious scenes and putting makeup on characters and like big lips, and it just makes me laugh. So.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, number one is you have to enjoy what you're doing because it is a crap ton of work to produce a comic.
It really
so might
is.
as well
A shocking amount of work.
Yeah, make it at least fun for yourself to visit because you're going to be visiting it a lot if you're going to get anywhere with it.
That's always the balance, is trying to like, I want to keep having fun, but I also know I set deadlines for myself. I got to crunch through it, and yet there's days where I feel the frustration so much. Like, I know I need to mentally walk away, but physically I need to get the work done. It's like it's this tug of war that I always have with myself sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I find
he looks like he tastes good. Slime cum. He was actually inspired by Frank Darabont's The Blob, which is why he's colored that way. But yeah, he looks like he'd be fun to chew.
Page layout and the writing, and the endless.
Great movie, by the way. I actually bought that movie because of Quentin. Like and that was thanks to the admin for the Discord, by the way, Iron Tiger.
Update things you're unhappy with.
Yeah, he introduced me to Frank Darabont. Sorry, let me pause. Yeah, Frank Darabont's The Blob was the inspiration behind Quentin in the first place, which is why he's that color and very ferocious at times. I've oversimplified him in this, but I do have to sometimes tell myself, even when I'm a little bit more overly meticulous with this one of like how his hands and stuff are supposed to look, but I have to remember the rule: KISS, keep it simple, stupid. So I gotta like let some things go from time to time. But anyway. Yeah, Frank Darabont's The Blob is really good. Definitely give it a watch. Especially for Halloween, my guy. Oh, man, you can't go wrong.
That's a trap, though. It's a trap. Never. So here's a rule I had to tell myself before I even started. I am not allowed to go back and fix old pages. I'm not allowed to.
Whoa. Hang on.
To go back and redraw old pages
until you're
the death of yes. If I need to do it for print purposes, that's one thing. But if I do it because I'm like, oh well, the art's bad, so I have to fix it. It's like, no, bitch, live with it.
Ooh, that's big. That's big. Oh, I forgot to look up that clip. I knew there was something I forgot. Whoa. Whoa. That's big. I don't know what to say. Honestly, I'm kind of flattered. Gosh darn it. I knew I forgot to look something up.
You have a
It
hard
did
time
its
of your
job.
skill. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah,
do that. I've actually been updating a lot
That
of my
clip has
early
been
stuff,
living
and I'm
rent-free in my
completely happy
head
with
for
that. Like,
like a week now.
I know I'm
I
weird in
think
that aspect, but like,
nah, I think there's a time and place for it. Like maybe if you started something years and years ago and your art has just improved that much and you're like now bringing it to print or something, you want to make it all look
Yeah.
consistent. Like there's absolutely
That's
you
that's
can
one thing.
justify like redrawing some of your early pages or brushing them up a bit. But I think like it is also can be a trap, sort of like that pre-production thing where you get stuck in
Yep.
like
Oh,
writing
yeah, it's definitely a
stuff, like
trap.
all
So,
this
I mean, that's a
tangential
good
stuff that doesn't really
policy.
have anything to do with the story. I did that with a prior project where I just like spent years like drawing maps and making up heraldry for characters and their families and just like it was just such a it was just it was a medieval fantasy thing.
Oh, yeah, Quentin is also technically Morin's twin brother. We'll figure that one out.
So I was like, yeah, making up lineages and all this backstory, but I really just needed to dive in and get moving on the story. But it turned into, instead of actually preparing myself to do the work, to procrastinating on doing the work because it was a scary big, thing.
Right.
It's like so dear to you, you don't want to screw it up when you first, are out the gate. But I think you kind of just have to, yeah, you gotta just dive in head first a little bit. I think sometimes, and because the way you learn is by just doing the actual thing instead of all the peripheral stuff. um, but
Oh, sorry. Continue.
oh, sorry, I was gonna say I think redrawing pages can kind of become a similar pattern where you're just like instead of progressing, you just kind of go backwards and like revisit and
right. And that's
yeah.
part of the reason why I allow myself to do it, because I don't really have that issue. Like sometimes I just sit down one day and be like, "Oh, I think I'll touch up a couple of old pages, and it takes me less than a day. So if I just have
If you can,
time,
yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable. I mean, that's yeah.
Problem is
Half
if
the
you go back and
problem.
correct one drawing, like if you need to do the whole page because then it stands out. You're like, why does this look so much better than the rest of the page? It's like it's not just
I have-
look consistent.
I have
Yeah.
that problem where there's pages that so even though I'm on hiatus on my comic because it was a choice between working on comic and eating. There just wasn't
Oh,
enough
no.
time to do
Yeah.
both, basically. Um, one needs to earn money to live, and unfortunately, my life has not been stable enough to focus on comics for a bit. So I have had the latest chapter of my comic is actually like all sketched out and all that. But like every time I go back to it, because every so often I will go back to it and try to like do at least a little bit of work, I end up having to redraw chunks because it's been months since I touched a page, and I'm like, oh, I'll have to fix this face here, and then I realize that every other face is bad now. So it's like, well,
The
I gotta
readers
fix that.
don't
It's like,
care.
it's not even. They
Yeah,
don't
and-
care.
They
But
just want more story.
Yeah, I guess, but
personally also enjoy watching like the artists.
I
evolve over time.
care.
It's like it starts out looking, I mean, it starts out looking pretty good, and then you start like seeing them refine their style and their approach and everything starts looking so much more streamlined and assured and confident. And I think that's like part of the beauty of watching a long-term project.
Something I was going to touch on earlier is like that. I think people enjoy that. That's part of the fun of reading webcomics.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen people where they started their comic 10 years ago and it was just scribbles on
okay. Well, that's a fair point.
God, good for you. Like that's amazing.
Yeah.
Talk about Feast for a King.
Okay, that's a fair
I'm
point.
familiar with that one.
I never thought of the appeal of actually seeing the comic evolve from where it starts.
I guess I just gave him a shout out. I think he's actually streaming right now, but he's got like 600-700 pages, and the art evolution in that is insane. And the guy's really passionate, so pretty cool. I think he lives in Argentina. I'm not sure.
Cool.
Okay, that's.
But I mean, yeah. Aside
That's
from
an
learning
appeal that I've never
into
thought of
comics,
before.
You get familiar with your own character designs, and you learn how to lay pages out better and compose things better and stage scenes better. And there's just like so much to learn along the way, and you can't know all of it up front. You'll never know all of it, but
Head shaking when you look at your old work. You're like, God,
Yes,
I would not do
yeah.
that again.
God, it makes me cringe. I've had to reformat my old comic multiple times for like, for mobile reading and for book layout and things like that. I'm like, every time I have to revisit, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Here comes the pain. Just gotta like look at my old stuff and deal with it because I can't redraw it right now. So
Palms.
yeah. So haven't heard much from Zeddy yet. How you doing?
Oh shoot, I haven't even
Good. How
saved
are you,
yet.
Tracy?
I'm not even in the right folder.
So
Dang.
how are things going with Ramshackle? I see it seems to have developed like quite a following already, which is awesome because it truly deserves it.
Oh, thank you. Um, things are going well. Like, I'm actually focusing more on like doing animations with my characters now. So yeah.
Now this comic
like,
looks like something
webcomic,
real
the
special. I
pages that
gotta
you
check
see
this
right
one
now
out.
are actually pages that I did.
I'm not going to
years
expand the
ago.
page or page,
So I'm just
the
focusing on the side,
PMP picture
while
picture
I work
because I don't
on
want to
like
screw up the stream. But
animations and
that
stuff.
looks
'Cause, I
actually
think
that art style
ultimately I
looks
do want to
weirdly
make it
familiar.
like more of an animated thing. But yeah.
Oh god,
Yeah, it definitely looks like it lends itself to that. But
Wait a
you
minute,
did
did
finish
you used to draw
that
porn?
you had finished that.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to make more. So
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Did you used to draw fanfic porn?
Yeah.
oh, hello. Hi fans. Oh my god, I didn't even look at the chat. It's going so fast.
Specifically, they're chanting for Stone.
I
Oh.
wanted to mention I have been glancing at the chat whenever I can, but like we're so caught up in all the conversation and stuff. People
I don't know.
are
I swear I've seen this artist before somewhere. Her art is infamous for something.
Audience, we love you. You're wonderful.
Thanks, guys.
In fact, you know what? I think I know what it is, and I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. In fact, you know what? I'm almost certain I just figured it out, but I'm not gonna say it.
Almost Cartoon Network feel. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's really cool.
It does have kind of a little bit of chowder in it.
Or Camp Lazlo, maybe?
A little bit of chowder, a little bit of flapjack.
Camp Lazlo?
I like. Yeah, I've gotten Flapjack and Ed and Eddie like a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In the best way possible, though. Yes.
But yes, your
I
art
love the,
style
like,
absolutely slaps.
Desaturated palette too, which is probably not a shock to anybody who is familiar with my comic, but yeah.
Tracy likes sepia? What?
Yeah, really. I mean, who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
You tell me that Tracy likes the color teal.
Tracy likes the old looking stuff.
Tracy, do you like rim light?
I do like rim light.
Oh well,
That's the only light
that
right?
Get Them font definitely
Rim light is best light.
looks straight up out of
the most reliable light. It's always there for you when you need it.
Built my career on
out of Flapjack.
light. Just
Yeah, right there. Like that looks straight up out of Flapjack.
Like little cheats in color though. Like the things that I've learned over the years is, oranges and blues and yellows and purples. Just smash them together and you get instant appeal.
It might not be the same artist I'm thinking of. In fact, you know what? I don't think it is.
yeah, they do. I mean, that's why every movie poster these days is like teal and orange and stuff. It's just
Teal and orange.
Sick of that.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, teal and orange is overly used in posters for movies and promotional art because it pops and it gets attention like really well. It's a very overly used color scheme because it grabs your eyes very forcefully. I'm oversimplifying it, obviously, but yeah, that's what they're talking about right now. So, but look for it, and you'll start seeing it in advertising, like not even just movies, like stuff for pills and crap. Like it's used so much. You'll see. You'll be like the guy who gets the sunglasses and They Live. Like it was like, oh my god, I see now.
Yeah, it is very repetitive in that sense, but like I like when you desaturate it and add some texture and stuff. I really
Prediction: the beige movement is around the corner. I know it.
I don't know. Kind of the antithesis to that, Jared. your comic is saturated and vibrant as hell.
Oh well,
Yeah.
thanks. I actually see that as a well. I don't want to say it's a negative, but like I can't decide what I actually want more. Is like because I've been purposely trying to desaturate it in the later pictures, and then I looked at it again like okay maybe that's too desaturated. I can't make up my mind because I don't want it to be eye bleeding either. So. Um,
Oh, that looks really nice. That's
no,
pretty.
it's
Oh, that's. See, I'm on his side though. Like he's saying, like, oh, I can't make up my mind, but that looks great. That's great. Cats. That's a really nice balance.
this comic has been more like I've been learning my technical skills along with doing the comic.
Okay,
Just learned how to
okay.
swim, and I'm
I see. You're like what I was like when I first got the burn tool in Photoshop. I get it. I get it.
like, you know what? I'm gonna try out for the U.S. Olympics. So, like, I just like I'm
The
like
web
teaching
comics,
myself how to
yes.
draw, and I'm like I'm gonna make a graphic novel. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Because
I got the burn tool and I know how to make everything look pretty now.
Webcomic challenge, use only the MS Paint default colors. Sweep row and hella Jeff this.
Yes.
Homestuck.
Oh boy.
But I mean, for those that don't know me, I mean, most of my life was actually in music, and I got my degree in music in Boston.
Oh.
And I thought I was going to.
Oh, that actually
and then the
fits.
writer's strike happened in the late 2000s, and then I kind of did some different things. I lived at home for a while, then I moved to New York, and then the music stuff started getting stale for me. And I've always been a creative person, and when I was younger, I used to be the kid that everyone knew that drew. Like that was actually my first creative love. But I came from a musical family, and that's where I went into. But what literally jump started this, and some people might laugh, what got me back into doing this comic and like oh, I need to do this, was I played Dust and Elysian Tale.
No shit! I love that game!
Watching Saturday morning cartoons again, I haven't had this feeling in like 15, 20 years of my life, and it was like the creative pivot that I needed. And I
Wow.
like,
That's so great! Yay! 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 That makes me very, very happy. If you don't know, Dust and Elysium Tale is a fantastic game. Dude, I have the, I'm not gonna dig it out right now, but I have, like, a collector's edition of that game. I love that game. I have an actual plushie of Fidget, no joke.
like this biggest light bulb eureka moment that went off for me is like I knew what I had to do, and like I was taking all the elements. Like I grew up with cartoons. I love cartoons, and I wanted to take that and use all the influences I had growing up and apply it to my own world and story. And so that's kind of how I got started. So I kind of couldn't really draw a character to save my life. I started all this like 2014, and I didn't start the comic until 2017, or actually late 2016. And then the last page for Volume 1 that went online was last summer, but I'd finished it in like December 2019. So now I've been working on Volume 2, and I've got like 37 pages finished so far, but I'm still building the buffer before I can launch it. So, yeah, that's kind of that in a nutshell. Hopefully I wasn't rambling too much.
No, not at all. Yeah, no, I love hearing about like where this stuff comes from. Like what were the seeds that kind of like were planted in your childhood that led to you drawing this particular thing.
Well, I mean, I read comics as a kid, but not like superhero comics. The comics that I consumed were Far Side and Calvin and Hobbes. That was really my upbringing.
Yeah, same. I was a Calvin and Hobbes kid. I was
Well,
not into
who
kid
didn't, who
comics at
doesn't
all.
love Calvin and Hobbes? I mean, really.
Yeah, like the cartoons. I mean,
Who
I could probably name 10 cartoons like that.
who would be the cold, dead-hearted man or woman or they them whatever that would go like, I don't like Calvin and Hobbes.
Had anthro characters because I was a 90s kid, and about every damn show on TV was that. Disney afternoon,
Yeah.
Saturday morning, all of it. And I'm like,
Right.
yeah, I
And so
loved
much
it.
of it was like Ninja Turtles knockoff, so there were a lot of animal characters and
Oh
stuff.
yeah, and I was a Ninja
It's
Turtles
90s and
fanatic.
SWAT
ducks,
cats
man.
and yeah, like
Everything was
SWAT
ducks
cats, let's
that time.
yeah,
go.
there were a lot of duck cartoons. Yeah.
Yeah, well, DuckTales is a great show. I love Chip and Dale.
SWAT
I
Cats
love
has
the
that
group.
awesome
All those shows.
90s
And I think
anime
that all has
style
been
to it
in
that
some
I
of this
just
stuff. And it's
absolutely
really weird
adore.
because even
Which
through
I also
writing and
try to
character
replicate in my
creation and world
work.
creation, sometimes it'll take me years where I'll see something or like find something from my past and going, oh my god, was that a subliminal thing that made me write this way? Like maybe there was like just information in my brain that made me create it this way, and I didn't even realize that's what was going on.
Yep.
I went and reread like some Animorphs books not that long ago. And I was
Ah!
like, oh Jesus, this really had more influence on my style and focuses than I even realized.
You know
I was
what? I
like,
can see that. The
yeah.
moment you said it, I can see it.
Yeah.
It's way less embarrassing than some of my early inspirations. Oh my god.
Now you gotta tell
Share,
us.
share.
Like MC Scat Cat.
I was gonna say it.
What? Oh my god! Carlos!
Like, look, every
Carlos! Carlos, where are you? They're referencing MC Scat Cat.
buddy, it's Tracy.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
When I was a little kid, like, I watched that video so many
Ultra
times.
Monkey!
We need to have a drawing of Rocky dancing with
Holy shit!
Very important.
MC Scat Cat, are you fucking serious? Holy shit, Carlos! Oh, where are you? You have no idea. Oh my god, this has been like an ongoing meme with me and my friends for a while now. That is so goddamn funny. Oh my god. You can't be serious. I mean, I obviously can't play that music video. But if you know, you know. You know.
Can we afford
Peter
her for a
Griffin
song?
version too.
It's okay, because like shortly after that, I was like, it's all right, Tracy, here, see, and I played Fern Gully for everybody.
Yeah, Patty,
Yeah.
definitely. Can certainly see the influence
man.
there. Yeah, it's so
Unbelievable.
subliminal in so many ways too. You don't realize like what sometimes until you really stop to analyze, or you go back and watch something like, whoa, that really had an impact on me. Apparently,
The
because I
only
see so
reason
much
I know about
what
MC
I'm doing
Scat
now.
Cat is because of my
Seeing an
best
interview
friend
with,
Carlos.
Chuck Jones
It's
a long
so
time ago.
goddamn funny.
I mean, I guess this is an obvious thing when you start saying it and thinking about it, but he'd always encourage just read, like consume material. That's what gives you the ideas.
Yep,
Like just
that's
sitting in a room doesn't do anything for you. You have to like.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter whether you watch a movie or read a book. Anything that is thrown in front of your eyes and ears is new, like subliminal material in the library of your brain to start finding inspiration. So
exactly. Yeah,
And don't feel bad about it either. It's like, oh no, people can tell the things I like. It's like,
it's no.
So?
I mean, when people, I think early on I was oversensitive to that sort of thing. People would be like, "Oh, it looks like Cats Don't Dance," or "Oh, it looks like Five Will Goes West." And now I've just embraced it. I'm like, yeah, if that's something you remember from your childhood that you loved and enjoyed, then that's if they probably mean it as a compliment in some way, even though you as an artist might be like, "Oh, no, or you'd be insecure about it or something." But yeah, it's
It
actually
was weird on DeviantArt way back in the day where people would use that kind of thing as like an insult. It's like it's an insult to enjoy other cartoons. I don't get this.
I mean, everything is influenced by something else. You didn't create any of your stuff in a vacuum.
originality
No,
is
I-
kind of a relative term these days.
Yeah.
Guys, did
well,
you know that I did not single-handedly invent comics?
yeah.
I think part of it for some people is that like sometimes somebody might compare you to something that like actually upsets you.
That
And
yeah. That's
like it's
yeah.
a very rare case, obviously, but like
Hello, Luke the
somebody
Great
saw,
and
like, hey,
Prime
this thing reminds me of like
God.
It's like, oh,
A great and prime God. What's up? Okay, what's up?
Yeah, there's
You just
always
grit
that.
your teeth.
What was it? What was it? There was like this old cartoon that got canceled a long, long time ago. It must have been like the early '90s or late '80s. Fable. It was like early in the project, and I was like had a minor freak out that I'm like, oh no, am I making this? It was like Fish Police or something.
We are sup.
It was like it couldn't figure out what tone it wanted to be. It was like trying to be like some kind of noir thing, but it was like 2D animated. Had kind of like a
Oh
Roger
shoot!
Rabbit
You
feel
know
to
what?
it,
I
but it
didn't
was
even
like
get any coffee.
extremely.
That
I don't know. It was just like
sucks. That's a
confused
cute
about whether
drawing.
it wanted to be a cartoon for
Gosh
adults
darn it!
or
Look how
for
fat,
kids.
man. Oh, excuse me. Oh, good thing I stopped the podcast so everybody could hear me toot. But it's so unfortunate. Like, look at that. That they've barely been doing this for like 40 minutes, and they got like a full inked done drawing, and I'm still struggling with this one damn little sketch. How do people do that? I don't get it.
Um, it didn't seem to be straddling that line very well.
I think Fish Police might do better nowadays.
Maybe,
there wasn't a place for
maybe,
that kind of thing back
Mm.
when it
but
came out.
yeah,
Yeah.
I watched like some analysis of it or some like forgotten cartoons from the '90s things. I'm like, oh no, is this like, am I like making this? But
You're making that,
yeah.
but better.
I
You guys remember Capital Critters?
oh god, yes.
Oh my
That
god.
was also like
What is the what in the
quickly-
okay, what the hell is Capital Critters? Does anybody else know what the hell Capital Critters is? This is like the third time I've heard about this. All right, hang on. Yeah, was this a cartoon? Was it an ad campaign? Can I watch this? I'm looking it up right now. This is like the third time I've heard about this. Excuse me. Okay, so this was a cartoon. Can I watch this? Hang on, let me put a pin in this podcast real quick. And let me switch over to this real quick. Because now I'm curious. Because this is, again, this is like the third time I've heard of this goddamn cartoon series. Let me just, let me go get myself a cup of coffee. Well, first let me make sure this is actually, holy shit, it's like it actually is like a cartoon and with a intro and everything. Let me just make sure this is all set up first. Okay, I'm gonna find out what the hell Capital Critters is when I get back, because again, I'm sick of having heard of what this is, but I've never seen it before in my fucking life, and I doubt anybody's gonna copyright claim me for this. I mean, would that? No. I just want some coffee and I don't know, maybe a quick smoke. Okay, got my coffee. Be right back. Okay, okay. We got it. We got it. Okay. Oh. Hang on. I just need to fix one setting on my side. Okay, let's find out what Capital Critters is. Ah, it's loud. Okay, we're definitely turning down the... What the fuck? Okay, you gonna actually have a theme song of some kind? No? Okay, so it's, I mean... I kind of see what they're doing here. It's supposed to show that all these different people live in the White House, I guess? People. Little rat animal people. That told me almost nothing! That told me basically nothing! You might as well have just started the episode already, because that told me absolutely squat! The heck, man? Whoa, 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 hang on. Was that frickin' Ghostbusters, man? Was that, not my brain's not all the way up. I need my coffee. My brain's not all the way on. Not Peter. Ray. I think that was Ray just now, and of course not actually Ray. The voice actor who does Ray from Ghostbusters, the real Ghostbusters. That wasn't expected. That was definitely him. I'll rewind for that. The way I remembered their names, by the way, was I just remember that one scene from Ghostbusters 2. Do, Ray, Egon! I don't know why people dump on Ghostbusters 2. I thought it was fine.
Hurry up, Tiger. Dave's on us.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that's not the same voice actor. No way, just Kurds.
Up and at 'em, sport. Hey, Pop.
Okay, we're eating corn?
Everyone, Max is going to gather across the river today. First time.
Again, what does this have to do with the capital? Like, it's just like a actual...
A little small. I can always fix it
This
later.
is like an actual family of animals. Is this like a... back... like...
Come on, Ma.
Oh, hush.
It's like a pilot for something else?
I want.
Okay, well, the son's the son's about to go on his Pokemon Masters journey. So, that's sad, I guess. And apparently somebody's making beef for dinner. Seriously, that's like... It's the same song! What the hell? It's the same damn song! Beef, this was for dinner. You can't tell me that's not the same song. It's the same damn song! It just doesn't end. That's the only difference.
Dad? Mom!
Oh, shit! Wow. This started out harsh. I think your whole family's dead, kid. What the hell? Are you serious? What the hell?
I'm out here.
Run, Max.
Really? Why?
I can get you. Just hang on.
Your cousin in Washington.
Huh?
Your cousin Berkeley. Find her.
What the hell, man?
Hey, I got one.
What the hell am I watching? Also, nice job with the background there. What fever dream acid trip is this? What the actual hell? Dude. Dude, that was a lot. That was a lot, man. What the hell? What the actual hell? Dude, I think we need an instant replay on just how fucked up all of that was. Yeah, first of all, yeah, mom's just gagging for her life. Yeah, that's the lovely visual there. Good for the kids, good for the whole family. Yeah, lovely visual. Running up to go see her son, like, for the last time. Telling her to run. And clawing for her life. Go see your cousin in Washington, okay. Oh, and I didn't notice that before because I was just so caught up in the moment. He could have saved her. He was actually getting through the gate. Why include that detail? Why include that detail that he actually did have the power to save her if he stayed? Why include that detail to further traumatize the children watching? What the hell is wrong with you? And then that also, yeah, that definitely won't stick in the mind of impressionable toddlers. No, it's fine. Put it on in school. Also, I noticed that the sudden background change. They gave so little of a shit that they didn't even like bother with that. Did they really just not think of what? Well, I guess that's kind of clear. They weren't thinking what they were putting on screen. Jesus Christ, man. And then this. With the echo. So that's Capital Critters. What a fun romp. What a fun family animal romp. Where the whole family gets murdered in cold blood. And no! What the fuck is this? This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting a bunch of lame PSAs telling me, oh, remember to do your homework and don't do drugs and blah, 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 blah. I was not expecting just an entire freaking family being murdered right before a young mouse's eyes. And done in the most, scarring way possible. Like, they really made that graphic without being graphic, you know what I mean?
The President of the United States.
And they very loosely tied it to the White House somehow. I don't know if I want to watch the rest of this now. There's nothing that can possibly top that.
Two countries engaged in
Oh, and she's not going to be very likable, is she? She's going to be like a weird, outspoken hippie chick, isn't she? Ugh, there's just no way that the rest of this is going to even compare. We have a cat that kind of has Trump's haircut. Jesus Christ, that was just a lot up front. This is very top heavy. I got Flip turned upside down. Jesus Christ, that was a lot. Oh, yeah, and this is why I don't normally watch cartoons while I'm working. They're extremely distracting. A podcast or whatever is normally what I do.
Get out of here. They got dogs. They can't get cats. Dogs and cats hate each other. Don't you mice bros know nothing?
Broads. Oh, that voice is familiar too.
Good, because if you were a guy, I couldn't do this.
That didn't make any sense.
Hate each other. Don't you mice bros know nothing?
I don't get what that was supposed to mean. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm a girl. Good, because if you were a guy, I couldn't do this.
Politely pick you up and push you aside. Okay. And assume that I leave you for dead? Or is he saying that if you were a guy, I couldn't overpower you? Is that what he's saying? Sorry, I'm not sexist enough to understand. Oh my. Whoa, hello, I'm sorry, who is this for? Who is this for? We just saw a legit whore mouse and a legit drunk mouse. Who is this for?
Sure, who wouldn't like to save on long-distance rates? Only I doubt you could beat the savings we already got. Oh, yeah? So put it in writing.
Trixie, they got cats.
What do you think he said to that?
Ugly ones too, Ma. If I wasn't around to protect her, they would have ripped her to shreds.
Oh, please.
Hippie.
Fascist.
What were you doing upstairs, Berkeley?
I
I was
mean...
trying to get to the motor pool. My cousin's flying in from Nebraska, and I thought I could sneak a ride to the airport.
Oh, no, dear. It's much too dangerous. You could get run over, stepped on, eaten alive. You go.
It's cold as fuck. Howdy. We're watching Capital Critters, which, by the way, had the most goddamn cold as fuck opening I've ever seen in my life. Like, this poor mouse's entire family just got murdered in the most brutal, like, non-violent way I've seen in a while. And it just was like, oh, anyway, that's our character's backstory. He's going off to Washington to see his cousin.
Right? Hey, lucky shot. Nice flight. Swell. School of any of them little booze battles?
Who is this cartoon for? God. This, like, I seriously thought this was going to be, you know, a PSA thing of like, hey, this is how the U.S. Capitol works, and, you know, don't do drugs, and blah, 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 and we'd have a laugh at, like, how it would talk down to kids about social issues and stuff. But no, this is like going super hardcore. I'm like, oh, we're just having a bunch of straight up death right at the start of this cartoon, and also there's a bunch of hookers and drunk rats. Like, or mice, I don't know. Like, who is this for?
We gotta make a little stop first. When we get to the top of this thing here, we gotta move fast, so stay close. Got it? Hey, yo, let me know when I'm boring you.
Sorry, I haven't really slept in a few days.
Your cousin said your place got smoked. Tough break.
I heard your entire family got genocided. Tough break.
In the basement of this big white house downtown. Bingo.
Excuse me, but isn't that someone else's property?
Hey, you got a lot to learn, Nebraska. These flights have guys on business trips.
You're also so awfully considerate for a guy who literally lost his whole family yesterday.
Nazi milkmaids in Acapulco? What kind of book is this anyway?
Travel guide. I got a whole collection. Now remember, don't lose me, cause you ain't never gonna find your way to the sewer alone.
Sewer? We go home by sewer?
Why, you wanna rent a car or something? Jump!
Like,
Careful with that, it's literature.
like, do you not miss your mom or like your your 7 sisters? Nothing? Just whatever.
Jam it!
Just wacky cartoon antics, okay.
Wait, don't leave me!
You know, like my family did when they died.
Wait! No, jam it! Stop!
Ah, jam it. I mean, that was the closest thing to fun we've had so far.
Was erected during the Civil War. Beneath it is the famed rotunda where the bodies of many of our presidents have lain and staked. As we move down Constitution Avenue,
My pet monster.
you'll notice the Department of Commerce to your right and the 555-foot Washington Monument directly to your left. And if you haven't heard, the First Family aren't the only residents at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It seems the White House is experiencing its worst rat infestation since the Nixon administration.
That big White House?
I'm sorry. Just like what I'm laughing at.
You'll notice the Department of Commerce to your right and the 555-foot Washington Monument directly to
Just look at the humans reacting to him, like when they're screaming.
the only residents at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It seems the White House is experiencing its worst rat infestation since the Nixon administration.
That big White House?
That one guy just barely turning his head. Ah! Like screaming bloody murder.
Out, please.
Yeah. Well, just let him out. Well, let him out. Okay. Well, that's... He was going for the door, you weirdo. Oh. What, is this like a Casper the Friendly Ghost situation where these guys would just leave you the fuck alone if you didn't freak out all the time?
One minute I was with him, next thing I know I'm coming to in some guy's sock drawer at the Holiday Inn.
You Zero, if I knew where your father was, I'd punch his face out.
Jeez.
Hurry up, the poor kid's out there somewhere, all by himself.
Hey, I said I'd find the Weasley little runt, didn't I? It's him, ain't it?
Wah, wah.
You go. By the boy, I'm Trixie.
My name's Max. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
What'd you do that for? Because I'm gonna drop dead before you ever have manners like that.
I'm sorry I ruined your snack, Jamet.
Look, just stay out of my way, okay? With any luck,
He has that kind of manners after he should have been emotionally traumatized. Not bad.
Berkeley.
It's gonna be okay.
Or does he think that, like...
Let's go in.
Wait a minute. Is it going to turn out his family's not...
For you, ma'am.
hasn't logged out of Minecraft? Okay, no. They're dead. They're in Minecraft.
This is the biggest place I've ever seen.
You like it? I did it myself. How's it hanging, Herbie?
You wake up, you eat flies, you die. What do I know?
Now what you eat
It'd be a long time before we got any decent bug furries.
Your cousin will show
Isn't
you
that
the
right,
day
Morin?
tonight. Oh, and each week there's a potluck. Max, get away from there.
I was just trying to see.
Listen to me. Never, ever go in there. You got that?
But what's inside?
The scum of the earth, that's what. And that's all you need to know. Now, come on.
Disney executives. Bum.
Max, I want you to meet somebody. Muggle, this is my cousin from Nebraska.
Interestingly enough, Nebraska is one of the few states.
Fuck off! You guys seriously gave him the most annoying voice possible.
Whose name is derived from Indian culture. It means flat water.
Riveting, Muggle. Thank you.
How did you know that? Oh, knowledge is very important, Max. Socrates once wrote that it is the only good and ignorance the only evil. Excuse me. I'm going to explode.
Good God.
You know what? If he never shows up ever again, best character. Best character. Best character. I am dead serious. If he seriously, it's like if that's it, he would be the best character in anything ever.
What happened to him?
Of course not, but you know, a man can dream.
See, he used to be a lab rat. They kept him in a maze for years, tested him with 600 chemicals. Fascists. Is everyone a fascist, dear?
600?
Yeah, shot him up with everything from LSD to iced tea mix. Personally, I think the iced tea mix put him over the edge.
And now we are referencing straight up acid. Am I watching the right show? Maybe I'm watching the nope, Capital Critters. Capital Critters. That's what I'm watching. What the heck?
Nice meeting you.
Hey, where's Max gonna sleep? Do we have any space left?
Oh, that's okay. I'll just find a corner somewhere.
Nonsense.
Nonsense. He can sleep in the crack house. Why do I get the feeling I wasn't that far off?
Say hi to your new roommate.
No freaking way.
See,
Oh,
you were
okay.
worried
Somehow
about
it was
my
worse.
Forget about
This annoying
this.
character.
Place, and I don't have to share it with nobody.
Honey, I
Never mind. Yeah, the other guy's voice isn't the most annoying. No, it's still more annoying than that.
How kind strangers who didn't know you yet would take us in. Now you have the opportunity to be a kind stranger, son. Screw it up and I'll kill you in your sleep.
Have a nice day, Ma. Don't touch my books or my bed or my food. And when I give my CD player, don't touch that either.
Is there someplace I can put my clothes?
How about Baltimore?
Oh, that's a little unreasonable. Oh, I get it. Oh, God, no. Oh, this is inappropriate for YouTube. No,
Mom, I can get you. Just hang on. No!
What is your problem?
Are you mourning your dead family over there? Go to bed.
Sorry, I was having a bad dream.
Yeah, well, I was having a good one. I was on a waterbed in Vegas with twins.
Oh, great. My masturbation joke wasn't even that far off. Just awesome. In fact, it wasn't off at all. It was, I don't like my wordage there. So I'm going to stop. Oh, right. We saw the Exterminator earlier. So, yeah, now you laugh it off, you freaking weirdo. Get over it, guy. Yeah, I sure showed you. Oh, well, they actually have gas masks. That's one thing they had. This is an actual intelligent society. This is weird. Somebody help him! What is this? And then he straight up died. In Minecraft.
Look, I don't want to sound unsympathetic to the environmentalists, but we're in a recession here.
So we'll recommend a veto. All in favor?
Oh yeah, this is supposed to be taking place in the Capitol, isn't it? Who is this for? Oh no. Oh god. Hi, I'm problematic cockroach.
Oh, what's going on? What's a good word? What it be like, brother? How are you? Man, it smells funky up here. How can you dudes breathe this stuff?
Poison.
Oh, you can't breathe this stuff. No kidding. They really trying to sing you?
This is something I would think to akin to a Ralph Bakshi production, not some kids cartoon.
Well, damn, it's a good thing I was out for a run, huh? I just got these new kicks. I was trying to break them in.
What the hell?
Hold on tight, Holmes. There's only one dude down here wearing pumps, and that's me.
What does this have to do with the Capitol?
Muggle? But I was just talking to him.
Look, it happens.
What?
Maybe he's in a better place.
What is he now? Is he actually dead?
Max, don't go anywhere. Max.
Because that would be just weird and horribly bad comedic timing and a horribly missed opportunity. Oh god damn it. Well, then what was the point of that? Fuck you.
Hey, wait up, you dink. I ain't as fast as you are.
Wasn't that the reason you abandoned that one girl before who's... Oh, wait a minute. Wouldn't that be your sister? Oh, yeah, that would be your sister. Dude, you're a prick. That only just clicked with me.
City looks nice up here.
Yeah, why don't we do this
Yeah.
movie thing?
I ran, Jamet.
What?
I came back, and the
Somebody
smokers
says
were all over our
Jamet.
basement.
I
I
ran.
saw my
Damn
favorite
it.
event, and I told her to hang on, and then I just ran away.
No,
Why
you
were
didn't.
such an idiot? Because you ran?
She was right there. I told her I could save her.
But you didn't just run.
Go on, just hold it.
What are you doing?
Okay, you can let go now.
Are you crazy? Pull the chain up. Jamet!
You're still here.
Jamet, I can't hold on.
So?
So I don't want to die, you big fat creep! Oh.
Oh, is right, butthead. So you ran. You think she'd hate you for that? You think it's a crime to survive? What else have we been doing for 10 million years?
Can I please come up now?
You're an okay guy. Live your life, will you?
Okay.
That was weirdly deep. That came out of nowhere and probably could have been... No, that's about the most direct way you could deal with PTSD, but, you know, you guys did mention acid earlier. Maybe you could have done that. Maybe you could have dealt with his post-trauma like a little bit healthier than actually threatening his life.
Whatever.
I mean, that was also a little funny.
Oh, come on.
Nah, Gay. So that was a lot. Huh. So that's Capital Critters. Gotta say, not even slightly what I was expecting. Not even close. Not even in the same ballpark. Not even in the same football field. Not even if you put several football fields back to back to each other, and my expect you get the idea. When the hell did this even come out? Geez, so yeah, that's Capital Critters. That was not even close to anything I expected. Whew. Yeah, I guess basically I was expecting All Stars to the rescue. And what I got was Feifel goes west, and oh, by the way, the Capitol building is here, and Feifel's family dies, lol. Seriously has nothing to do with the Capitol, other than it's a place he goes to. Kinda. I mean, they're in the basement of the Capitol. He could be. He could. This could take place anywhere. It would make just as much sense. And with a problematic cockroach at the very end there. The whole thing felt like something like Ralph Bakshi would have pitched. Like for a kid's cartoon. A lot of themes that just were not expected. There were wino rats and hooker mice. And random comedian mouse. Jesus. Okay. Well, I don't remember who the heck name dropped that on this podcast that I'm listening to, but okay, now I've officially seen an episode of Capital Critters.
Canceled, ill-conceived cartoon shows. That
Yeah, I can't imagine why that cartoon was canceled. It was so consistent.
Remember that being a thing, which was especially, in retrospect, it was especially weird because it's like such an American-specific cartoon, and I did not grow up in the U.S., so it's like even more out of context.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't expect most people to even remember that. It was so. I remember as.
But...
Oh, do you? Okay. I recall being vaguely annoyed by it because they were really like pushing it, as I recall on TV, like advertising it, and then it came out and I was like, oh, this is terrible. And
forget when the Sonic Saturday AM cartoon was about to come on and TGIF was promoting it through all their shows, and then I heard his voice and like, wait, that's Jaleel White, that's Steve Urkel.
Oh.
Oh my god.
God, that was just such a fever dream, man.
Yep. He's just rad.
I don't know. So what are some of the things that have influenced some of the rest of you? SE Case, I'm sure like a lot of what you're writing comes from your own experiences growing up, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I kind of got into comics. I mean, I've been into comics like.
See, this is a
my entire
lot
life. When I was a
easier to
kid, I
draw
loved
to.
reading, like Calvin and Hobbes and stuff like that. And I also really was into like you guys. I was never into like the Cape comics or anything, but I was really into like
Cape
Archie
comics.
and like
I've never
Betty
heard
and
it called
Veronica.
that.
And as I grew up, like I remember specifically like wanting those comics, but wanting them to be like more like adult focused. Like I think if like
Oh, I
never
think
actually
I've
seen
seen
the
this
show, but I've
person's
heard a
work.
lot of stuff about it. I think if like fucking like Riverdale had
Yeah,
existed when I was
yeah,
like 10,
yeah.
I would have been
I've
like,
seen her
yeah,
work.
it's a great show. But, like so I remember having a desire to have like comics about, you know, people my age, but that were more like I feel like a lot of like young adult fiction is a little bit sanitized, which is, you know, probably like I'm a parent now, and like I think about like when my
Yeah.
daughter's gonna be like 12, and I'm like, I don't really want her reading about like, you know, sex and violence and stuff, but at the same time it's like what you're interested in when you're a teenager, and it's also like what you're dealing with at the time. And so I just remember having this real desire to have like I was really interested in comics, but I didn't want it to be like really sanitized. I wanted it to reflect sort of my own experiences and just and not just in comics, but in like media overall. I remember looking at it and never really seeing people that were like me and my friends like represented in media so much. I mean, you saw them sometimes, but they were never like the main characters, and they were never, you know, the center of the story.
Right. You'd get something more like 90210 or Saved by the Bell type
Yeah,
stuff.
I was
Like
like,
that is not what teenagerhood was like at
at
all.
all.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Fun
You know,
escapism, but not really.
I'm a teenager, says the guy who's 30 and absolutely jacked and with a full-grown mullet. No skin imperfections whatsoever.
Yeah, so I really wanted to do that, and you know,
Probably has a mortgage and a car.
I think like I started Cheap Thrills in like 2007, which was I don't know, fucking 14 years ago. What is math? It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was when I was 19, and I'm 33 now. But I started it, and I had been reading webcomics for a long time at that point, because I think, like I said, I was interested in comics that were not quite so sanitized, and I didn't, there were graphic novels and things out there that were like that, but I didn't know that they existed. I didn't know where they were, but I found a lot of webcomics online, and like the thing that I loved about it was that it could like if people could make webcomics about like anything. Like there was no gatekeeping there. No publisher was going to tell you that you couldn't do it. So if somebody had an idea for something and they wanted to do it, they just put it out there. Sometimes it was shit and sometimes it was great, but like if you made a comic between like the year 2000 and the year 2010, I probably read it because I like consumed that shit constantly. Because it was just so different from stuff that I could find in print. And so like
Might have
I
seen
guess
some of my garbage.
As far as like making Cheap Thrills, like I had made comics previous to that, but they were always they were like little floppy comics that
Keep
were like
it simple,
zine
stupid.
type of things. Like, you know, you
Yes.
do your art and then you put it on a
That's
photocopier
the
and you
rule.
get out
Keep
your
it simple,
fucking
stupid.
long arm staple it all together and you give it to your friends. And but this was like the first like long form sort of thing that I had ever done, and so I decided I wanted to put it on the web. I didn't want to try to, and you know, like if you look at the original pages of Cheap Thrills from like 2007, they are absolute dog shit. Like they are the worst thing you will ever see in your life.
No.
I strongly disagree, but
yeah.
Listen, I've seen some things.
But like, you know, it was a way to like I just wanted to put it out there and get it started. You know, without having to try to find a publisher or anything. And so I mean, and then I kind of I did that until I think 2012. In like December of 2012, I put up the last page, and then I sort of abandoned it for like 6 years. and then I came back to it. Or I didn't come back to it. I decided to make a whole new comic in like 2019, which is Rigsby, Wisconsin. And that comic, I decided to kind of circle back around to the same idea, and I still really liked the characters and everything. And so I started working on that, and that the perspective on that is a little bit different because it is about teenagers and it is about growing up, sort of like in the same way Cheap Thrills is, but it's kind of interesting to work on now because my perspective is different because when I started Cheap Thrills, I was a teenager, and now I'm in my fucking 30s and I'm old, and so I feel like in some ways I like working on it because it sort of allows me to remember what it was like to be a teenager, but also have a more nuanced perspective of it. I think.
Distance and perspective is just
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
yeah, you
exactly.
certainly think of your teenage years as something much different than what you perceive them as when you're in your early
Yeah.
20s or whatever.
I mean, I've got some stuff like I think about when I was a teenager, and I think if I had written some of the stuff that I'm writing now for Rigsby, Wisconsin into Cheap Thrills, if I had written it when I was 19, it would have been a little bit different because there's like some themes of like, you know, when you're a teenager, there's always like those like creepy older adults that like hang around teens, and I think if I had written that when I was a teenager, I would have been like, that's normal. But now I'm writing and I'm like, oh no, that's gross. Like just having kind of that different perspective so you can write maybe more a nuanced story, I guess.
Right, yeah, as a teen, it's like, oh, who's this cool adult who wants to hang out with you are. Oh no.
Hey, who are you? What's your name? Onision? Okay.
Yep, definitely different perspective. Both comics are really truly, and you are also continuing, like you're finishing at least chapter 4, right?
Yes, yeah, it's coming back to like the discussion about never redrawing pages or never restarting. You could do that, but another option is to restart your comic entirely, do that for like a year, and then decide to come back to your old comic and then do both of them at the same time, which
Why
is
not have your cake and eat it too? I mean, it's
Not the ideal option, I'm assuming.
and layout artist. Yeah, you can make those decisions for yourself when you're a webcomic artist. That's one of the beautiful things
right,
about
exactly.
it.
And actually, at first I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I doing both of these? But I really actually enjoy doing both of them at the same time because they are very different, and it allows me to explore, different things simultaneously. Because I remember when I was doing Cheap Thrills originally, there was this sort of, the story is very long, and there was a desire to, I would be working on one part of it, and I'd be like, why can't I be to this other part now? Because that's what I want to be working on. And now that I have stories, I can do like, stupid teenager stuff in one, and then like sad, morose, depressed man in the other, and I can work on them simultaneously, and I don't
I
get
just want a hug.
stymied by, getting stuck with one story or the other.
Right. I get that. That's a lot of the reasons I ended up doing a lot of like mini comics and things. It's like I'm at a point in a story where I'm like just really anxious to get to some other point in the story but this part is needed, of course.
That's why Chicken
so you just like break off and draw something silly and stupid.
That's why Chicken Nugget has such a genius format. Because, like, Chicken Nugget can basically jump around to story, to comedic relief, to in the middle of a scenario anytime they want. Like, that's a pretty genius format they got going on.
Instead, but
side comics are great for that, I think, too.
Yeah. Kind of just little vignettes you can visit when you need a break from the stuff you've been kind of drowning in.
Yeah, especially with my comics, sometimes I'm like, this is too sad, and I can't deal with it. I need to draw like a stupid comic about butts or something,
Hell yeah, boy!
I hate it when you're like really late in the writing process and you start on, and then you just stand back and you're like, oh no, I've put in all this work and the tone I've already set. Like you see it after it's done, and you're like, oh shit, do I continue or do I completely just throw this all away and start again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done stuff where I'm like, oh, this is getting too bad. This is too sad. Like it needs a pick me up. It needs an icebreaker, and I don't know how to do it. And, like I've locked myself into a position. So
Yeah, like timing and pacing is a very difficult thing to get right, especially when you're doing a project like long term. You can't really step back. It's really hard to step back from it to get the perspective to just like look at like the beats of the story and be like, is this too much of this one thing and not enough of this other thing to like buffer it? Or it's that's probably the hardest part, honestly, aside from like writing character dialogue, which is also always a struggle, but for me anyway. But yeah,
Do you know how to
it's
fix
like
it?
when you're writing like a much shorter thing, like maybe a film script or something, it maybe is easier to grasp that sort of like rhythm of storytelling that you need. But with something much more long form, it's a lot harder. I guess it
Yeah.
helps to break things up into books and chapters, but still,
Yeah. Well, and it's kind of funny. Like my process for comic making has changed so much because I took like a 6-year break from doing it, and the way I do comics now is so different from how I used to do it. And one of the things that I used to do with Cheap Thrills was that what's funny is that like I knew exactly how, or I didn't know exactly, but I knew how the story was going to go in my head, but I never had a script. Like I never would write out pages in advance, which it really helped me like not get into the weeds as far as like rewriting over and over and over again, because now I have a long script. I usually write out almost the whole script for the chapter before I even start drawing it. And I get stymied with so many rewrites and so many different things. But what I did Cheap Thrills,
that's the thing. Yeah,
I just did page by page.
Writing scripts,
which was sort of interesting.
That's
it was
something
really
that
easy to write myself into a corner.
Something I haven't been able to do for a long
I don't recommend
time.
doing
That
it
is
that way,
definitely.
But also, like if you are getting stuck on things, like in some ways, that's maybe a good way to sort of break the habit of getting too in your head.
I'm breaking the habit. But yeah, so I am trying to do actual script writing, and you know what? I am going to be starting Patreon. I am going to be starting Patreon. I am going to be starting a Patreon soon, so maybe one of the perks I can have is letting people look over the script before I start really diving into the artwork for it. And don't worry, like I'm gonna make my Patreon like a $1 entry fee type of thing, like super cheap. Like I'm not even gonna bother with making it complicated with tiers or anything like that. Make it more like a tip jar with that kind of thing. But anyway,
about how things are put together, I guess.
Yeah.
You're shifting gears for a bit.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for planning, but there's also something to be said for stuff that's a bit more extemporaneous and a bit less pre-planned. It's a little more spontaneous, and it kind of comes a bit more from maybe it comes from a bit more of a genuine place, because it's like if you've written something out in advance and you're just really not feeling it, you still got to draw it anyway because it fits into your plot and what have you.
Right.
If you can kind of veer off and make it a little bit.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a combination of both, no matter like you
aligned with how you're feeling or what you're.
Yeah, but even if you write something, like it's still going to be like improvised. There's still going to be things that change depending on. I guess that's not necessarily true. That's how I feel.
Experiencing or what you're going through at the moment. I think,
right.
Yeah, kind of comes more from the heart, I suppose, and that's there's value in that. So yeah. Well, cool. Do you wanna I don't know if anybody else has anything else they'd like to talk about in terms of their influences and inspiration, but we probably should get to answering some questions from the audience if you don't.
We do have a
Uh,
handful
don't
in
mind.
the queue.
Okay. Yeah, and if anyone out there has questions, do feel free to ask them. Scarlet VA wants. Oh no. Croco wants to know what spurred on Karate Freckle.
Oh, look, that's Fable's story. Fable.
Oh,
Taekwondo
right.
Freckle.
I forgot we were talking about this last night.
He has
I
his
was like,
green belt,
2020
you guys.
Freckle. I was like, 2020 Freckle is totally one of those kids that went to martial arts classes and then got kicked out.
Just
Imagine
a bit
sparring
too
sessions
jealous
where he just
about
ends up
it.
grappling and biting the other children, and they're like,
No using your teeth, but why not? That's such a obvious.
It's so
Right, guys, you're the worst Independence Day alien ever.
it's the family
Peace.
jogs.
No peace.
It's like someday, Tracy, we need to see an image of like, why does Freckle and Rocky have them teeth after all? Where did that come from? We need the origin story.
The origin story for why they have huge teeth.
Yeah.
Where'd you get so many teeth?
Is the implication that
they're descended from Smilodons? Give them a break.
Oh, I thought the implication was that they would have probably lost all of them just by
Oh,
being.
okay. They just they're all dentures at this point. It's just they went up a few sizes.
Rocky actually has no teeth at all.
Yeah, he's just all gums and
you smack him in the head, right? They pop out. Actually,
when you need to get your own teeth, you can upgrade a bit. Extra large.
Now, what are those teeth made out of? You can't afford real ivory.
I don't know.
His own claws.
Oh, sheesh. No, this is getting dark now. I'm just imagining him yanking out his claws and putting them in his mouth.
Oh.
I was like,
Well, cats actually lose like the outer coating of their claw when they sharpen their claws. They're really just like peeling off the exterior like coat. It's like a
like a coating of wax. That's interesting.
I guess you could collect basically like collecting your fingernail clippings. But let's change the subject because
my bad.
I thought it was interesting.
But I love conversations about inane tiny things. Shrugging, you go, look, it's a cartoon.
Fine.
Yeah.
Look, it's a cartoon.
All right.
I feel like I do a better drawing of Quentin than that.
Tam Salisbury asks, what would you suggest as a
Now that I'm nice and properly warmed up here with adorable little Morin here. Isn't he cute? Don't you just want to give him a smooch? You just want to give him a smooch?
Website, because you never know when the website you're on is going to get bought out by venture capitalists and let everything be made for babies for some reason. So,
Wow,
I'm gonna get a cup of coffee.
Full immediately.
I'm just gonna let the podcast play.
Yeah, well, apparently OnlyFans is no porn allowed anymore, so.
Oh
Which
yeah.
is hilarious. I'm like,
what?
Oh,
Isn't that like
well,
the
yeah.
whole thing behind the website?
Porn?
This is what happened to Tumblr too, though. So
yeah. OnlyFans is like, we want advertisers now, and it's like, why?
But yeah, I mean, any social media can like pull the rug out from under you at any time, and you may you can accidentally get yourself banned or lose your account or whatever. So yeah, it certainly helps to have your own place just to archive your stuff, just in case.
Yeah. Do have your own website, even if it's a shitty website. Have your own website. Otherwise, I've seen people talking up Webtoon a lot.
I know.
Though sucks.
Yeah.
It
Tough.
does. Yeah.
So
Tall and
Webtoons.
thin is not the way to comics.
No.
Webtoons has actually been extremely good for me, at least in terms of like I don't know if the numbers are accurate. For all I know, the website might be lying to me, but like having the comic on there within a couple of months is like, you have over 2,000 subscribers, and I'm like, I do? How is that?
Yeah, there are a lot of people there, so it does seem like the kind of the number of comments I get seems to, or I haven't updated there in a while, but it does seem to line up with like what it reports as far as views go. So
Right.
I think it's pretty good. I know, Zeddy, you got your comic up there too. What do you have thoughts about?
Yeah. I actually only put my comic onto Webtoon because everyone kept nagging me to. Um, but yeah, I think I do have more like engagement over there rather than Tumblr, which is like where I also post my comic. I think it's probably because like people go there to read comics. So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
As opposed
Yeah.
to Twitter or Tumblr, where it's a question mark.
Yeah. I mean, it does
Yeah.
have
DeviantArt, where they decided to not make it easy for things.
right. It does have its limitations. Like there's really not much customization you can do to your own page. I don't think you can even get like a custom URL for it or anything. It's just like
No.
whatever they
Yeah.
assign you, and you can put like your avatar there, and that's about it. Um, but it is like a very busy place. Lots of people posting their comics there. I know they have like what do they have? They used to call it Discovery. I don't know if they still call it that. Like, and then they've got like featured comics, and those people are like on their payroll, and they feature them like up at the top of their main page and everything. And I mean, some of those comics have gotten like option for movie deals and things at this point, so it is seeming to pick up steam as far as like I don't know, it's definitely like done something
Got my
toward
coffee.
making webcomics more mainstream, for better or worse.
What'd I miss?
And yeah, so I mean, certainly worth checking out. I know Tapas is another thing, maybe similar vein.
This is weird. It's fine, but it almost requires you to like be exclusively affiliated. Like that's not accurate, but like it.
Okay, I better back up.
It requires so much upkeep on your part. Like
there, so it does seem like the number of comments I get seems to, or I haven't updated there in a while, but it does seem to line
I
up
walked
with
away a minute
what
to
it
get
reports
coffee.
as far as views go. So
right.
I think it's pretty good. I know, Zeddy, you got your comic up there too. What do you have thoughts about?
Yeah. I actually only put my comic onto Webtoon because everyone kept nagging me to. But
Oh,
yeah,
good.
I
Okay.
think
Really glad I backed up because somebody was asking me about this earlier.
I do have more like engagement over there rather than Tumblr, which is like where I also post my comic. I think it's probably because like people go there to read comics. So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
All right, now that's interesting. I was not aware of webtoons as a thing in the first place, so maybe I should look into that.
As opposed
Yeah,
to Twitter or Tumblr, where it's a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, it does have
DeviantArt, where they decided to not make it easy for things.
Yeah, no kidding.
It does have its limitations. Like there's really not much customization you can do to your own page. I don't think you can even get like a custom URL for it or anything. It's just like whatever they assign you, and you can put like your avatar there, and that's about it. But
Oh, that's
but
so...
it is like a very busy place. Lots of people posting their comics there. I know they have like what do they have? They used to call it Discovery. I don't know if they still call it that. Like and then they've got like featured comics, and those people are like on their payroll, and they feature them like up at the top of their main page and everything. And I mean, some of those comics have gotten like option for movie deals and things at this point, so it is seeming to pick up steam as far as like I don't know, it's definitely like done something toward making webcomics more mainstream, for better or worse. And yeah, so I mean, certainly worth checking out. I know Tapas.
Okay, well, I better check out webtoons then. All right, so I guess I will be looking into putting Nostaphobia on webtoons.
It almost requires you to like be exclusively affiliated. Like that's not accurate, but like it.
It kind of sounds accurate. I don't know.
Like, you don't just post
okay.
things and it sort of takes care of itself. It's like an active. You have to be an active participant in like everything involved with your comic on that site.
I'm extremely choosy.
But like it, again, just kind of.
I'm extremely choosy with the platforms I'm taking. For instance, like, I'm not going to use Twitter. I'm not going to use Facebook. I'm only going to use Discord and the YouTube community tab. Those are the only ones I care about. Because I'm only going to split my focus into so many things. Okay? So, if Webtoons is a thing, is like, okay, but you can only use this one platform to go. Dude, that's actually kind of exactly what I want anyway. All the stuff concerning my webcomic goes right here. But will they still allow me to have a Patreon? I imagine as long, yeah, they can't stop me from having a Patreon if it's just Wildebeard. Just you're not allowed to have a Patreon for yourself. That's against the policy of that's against the rules that I just made up. I imagine that's probably fine.
Mentioning webtoons again, you can just post something there, and I don't know if it like self-advertises or what, but you know, I struggle getting an audience a lot, like a lot. And the fact that I put it on webtoons and it just kind of started like climbing those numbers really quick was like, whoa. Whereas in tapas, it's like, okay, I don't have the energy to keep throwing time at this website trying to climb that ladder, I guess.
Right. Yeah. The audience building can be, yeah, painfully slow. Especially, when you're super enthused about the thing you're doing, you really want other people to, look at it and be able to, engage with them and
People
everything.
say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't like need other people in order to put up your comic." It's like, yeah, but I do want people to read it.
Yeah.
I do actually want people to read it. So.
I want people to talk to me about it.
Yeah, I do want people to actually look at it.
Put it in a folder under my bed, and nobody would ever.
Yeah, and then nobody would look at it.
If that's all that I needed, then that's what I would do. I would never put it on the internet. Put it on the internet for a reason.
Yeah. The Emily Dickinson of furry comics.
I want the ideal, actually. Speaking of, it's like, so Case, Cheap Thrills is a furry comic, but then Rigsby is not.
Yes.
So what led to that decision? I'm curious.
Well, so originally, Cheap Thrills actually, when I originally came up with the story, was not animal characters, but I did not feel confident in drawing humans. So I decided that I was going to make them animal characters, although again, going back to how terrible the original comics were, I didn't do that great of a job of drawing the animal characters either, but I just thought that the animal characters were very expressive, and they added a little bit of visual interest, but mostly it was just like a confidence thing. I didn't feel confident that I could do as good of a job with human characters. It wasn't like a decision that I made because I was like, I want this to be a part of, the world building or whatever. It was more just like aesthetics. And then when I decided to do Rigsby, I didn't like Rigsby and Cheap Thrills are similar in that it's like similar. Well, it's the same characters basically, pretty much the same setting, pretty much the same premise, but like the story is pretty different. And I didn't want it to be the exact same comic, and I wanted to try something new. Like I really wanted to get back into comics, and I kept trying to think of like, a new story that I was like as interested in as this one, and I still couldn't get away from it. I think in part because I never finished it, but then I felt like, oh, I don't want to just go back to this same comic that I had been doing before, because I felt like it had so many issues. I kind of wanted a fresh start, but at the same time, I was like, I don't just want to do the exact same thing over again. But I really like these themes, and I really like these characters. And maybe I'll try it with human characters this time, because then, there's a certain like Tracy was kind of talking about it a little bit earlier about like what's the right tone for this, like with animal characters there's always a little bit of like a kind of a silly tone to things even when it is dramatic, and I think I sort of wanted to I like that about Cheap Thrills. Like, there are certain things that I can do in Cheap Thrills that I can't really do in Rigsby, as far as just
Interesting.
like weird, dramatic, but also stupid things.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I'm not sure how to explain it.
There's like this level of just one step removal from like additional step of removal from reality that just like a little bit more abstraction
Ooh.
that makes it just a little bit more forgivable when you
You
get
with the
weird.
fancy words.
I think
Exactly.
like yeah.
Exactly. So Rigsby was meant to be just like a little bit more realistic, I think. But yeah, I mean, like, I still really like working with animal characters. I'm actually working on another comic right now that I'm still not sure how I'm going to publish it, but it'll probably be a web comic about some dogs who they're like these dog characters, and they accidentally murder somebody, and they like go on the run to try to get away from the police or whatever. And it's originally, when I originally wrote it, it was like this extremely, it was not meant to be like animal characters, supposed to be people. It was supposed to be this very like serious, like heavy drama. And as I was writing it, I was like, this is just too heavy. It's almost stupid. And so I was like, let's make it very stupid. And so I changed it, and I was like, now they're going to be dogs and they're going to be doing stupid shit. And I'm really excited about it because it's going to be very stupid. But like I think having the right kind of character really makes a difference as far as like the tone of what it is that you're trying to do.
Yeah, people definitely get something different. Like it's another sort of codification, I think, for like this is the kind of story you can expect from this kind of character who looks like this. But I think you do a really amazing job of just like characterizing them very strongly, whether you're drawing these characters as humans or as animals. It's like it's so easy to recognize them from one comic to the other. This is kind of really really cool. Just excellent character design and excellent, just obviously full sense of like who these characters are all around. Just comes through in the artwork. So
agreed. Like when I first found Cheap Thrills back in like 2010 or something, like it blew my mind because like usually everyone knows like the typical furry style people draw in. Totally zoom past that, and then of course it was really illuminating for you to mention that you read a lot of Archie comics, because I was like there's like a story here that's like really sincere and very character focused. And I've read a lot of web comics, and, like it at the time, like I had never seen anything that engrossing. It was like watching a TV drama about teens, but on Fur Affinity, which I was like, okay, there is definitely hope for furries, for sure.
Is there though?
Jeez, this sounds really fucking interesting.
Yeah, I mean, some of us.
Listen,
I mean,
soon they will become completely commodified by Disney, and then it'll be mainstream.
Yay! Robin Hood, and yet it still hasn't happened. They put out Zootopia, and yet the community has still not just become the Zootopia fan community.
What if they trademark?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. How does the furry fandom not become the Zootopia sub fan fiction?
they don't want that association. We got
all right.
We gotta make sure it remains a shameful, dirty word so that Disney.
Let me say one more thing about that. Like, I think making the characters like animal characters in the first place, like there was like say what you will about furries, but there was like a built-in audience for it there, where I think if maybe they had been human characters initially, people wouldn't have been quite as interested, because I think there were a lot of
business decisions.
I think honestly, being perfectly honest, I think the only reason I have been able to make a living doing Lackadaisy is because furries are awesome and they are very very much supportive of the arts. And I think if I didn't have like
my comic might have been a little bit more successful if I had just been like, instead of zombies, it'd be like, they're all animal zombies instead.
Big titty fox ladies.
Big titty fox ladies.
Not to minimize
everybody in the chat.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But that was I already had a pre-existing furry audience, and I wasn't thinking about it. but also I just wanted to draw body horror really bad, and it comes off a little different.
Well, that has an audience.
So
Yeah.
instead I have that body horror that is reminiscent of animal stuff, but that's because I just like drawing weird anatomy. So.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, more questions? You guys good?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, here's a question from Leandro Fernandez asks, how do you guys name your background layers for animation? For example, are there props and background? This is an animation question, but I think this can apply to comics. If there are props and background elements in front of the character, would you name them BG level 2 or overlay BG? Yes. I find it personally a good idea when I'm working on my comic to name my layers so that I don't like get confused as to what the hell's going on, or if I need to edit something, I know where to go. But that's not how everybody works. So
I was gonna say all of my layers are named like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3.
Yeah, I have a similar issue.
I'm kind of chaotic. I'm kind of chaotic. I just do everything on one layer.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm doing something that I have to share with someone else, I'll definitely name the layers. But if it's just for me,
as you guys can see, I'm currently doing that while I'm making a title card. Although you can't see all the windows, to be fair. You can't see me doing the layers, unfortunately, with the way I have things set up.
I have such a streamlined process that I don't need to name them anymore. I know what they are based on where they are relative to any other layer around them.
Ooh.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Fancy over here. But anyway, okay, it's gonna be a little bit more than 30 minutes. But this is just my temporary title card. I'm having dinner tonight. We're having a spaghetti. We're having spaghetti tonight. Let me find the most delicious stock image of spaghetti.
You look inside.
Whoop. Shut up. Spaghetti models. That's like the first thing that comes up. Okay. That's not spaghetti. It's Florida though. It's Florida spaghetti. Here you go. Here's some spaghetti. Some good old Florida spaghetti. Right here in Tampa. music. Okay. Wasn't that fun? Let's try something else. Okay. So, back at it again with whatever. Ah, shoot. I didn't grab an extra cup of coffee. Whatever. I'm just gonna get... Oh. Okay, testing. We're back. We're back. Enough of the pasta pizza pie song. Wasn't that fun? Just gonna set things up, and then I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee to settle my stomach a bit. I kind of crammed it down. Let's go ahead and shut up. Oh, stop it! Stop advertising Disney like Christmas movies already. Halloween is barely even started, and Christmas stuff can't stop getting its big butt in the way. Let's see. I think my mummy, I think, discontinue the Lackadaisy webcomic shop top, or go on to the Satina one. I think the rest is just going to be Q&A stuff relative to the creators. And that, I think, would be better for people to just seek out the video for themselves. Looking at the chapters. Hmm. Oh, good. Yeah. Cold. I think I'm going to start the Satina. No, you know what? I'll finish up the webcomics Lackadaisy podcast first. Then I'll move on to the Satina one. I just think that the last bit of it is going to be mostly Q&As relative to the creators. So I just don't know how much commentary I can provide for that. But anyway, I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee. Just make sure that this is set up properly in OBS. Looks like it. Check the live feed. Okay. I'll just back it up a scoosh. Just a scoosh. Just a scooch. Oh yeah, Apocalypse Lane. That's another thing I could watch. Another thing that lives rent-free in my head. Apocalypse Lane. Just a scooch. You keep telling me to bring up the reverb? I don't understand. Okay, I just opened up a tab for that later. Okay, now I'm gonna grab that coffee.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I used.
Now, what are those teeth made out of? You can't afford real ivory.
I don't know.
His own claws.
Oh, sheesh. No, this is getting dark now, and just imagining
Okay.
him yanking out his claws and putting them in his mouth.
Oh.
I was like,
Well, cats actually lose like the outer coating of their claw when they sharpen their claws. They're really just like peeling off the exterior like coat. It's like a kind of like an onion. It's like layered. And well, I guess you could collect your basically like collecting your fingernail clippings. But let's change the subject because
My bad.
But I love conversations about inane, tiny things that are just like, wait a second, how does this world? At a certain point, you shrug and you go, look, it's a cartoon.
I deal with it. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Questions. Tam Salisbury asks, what would you suggest as a good place to post a webcomic? I'm working on one, and where would you think is a good place to put it? That's an excellent question, and that's something I.
And this really sucks about like living with old people. Like you make a pot of coffee for yourself, like for drawing and shit, and then you turn around before you know it, all the coffee's gone. It's like, gosh dang darn it. I wanted some. It's just like three people like fighting for coffee. Normally, like if it was just people my own age, nobody'd be fighting for coffee but me. At least like outside of the morning. But no. I live in a residence where everyone's fighting for coffee all the time. Darn it.
I wanted to bring up. I'd say have your own website because you never know when the website you're on is going to get bought out by venture capitalists who demand that everything be made for babies for some reason.
Yeah.
So
Wow, you like went full like.
I know exactly what she's talking about. Yeah, but get your own website.
OnlyFans is no porn allowed anymore, so.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Hilarious. I'm like,
What?
But
Yeah.
This is what happened to Tumblr too, though. So
yeah.
Yeah, OnlyFans has OnlyFans has no porn. Yeah, I could look at that.
Any social media can like pull the rug out from under you at any time, and you may you can accidentally get yourself banned or lose your account or whatever. So yeah, it certainly helps to have your own place just to archive your stuff, just in case.
Yeah. Do have your own website, even if it's a shitty website. Have your own website. Otherwise, I've seen people talking up Webtoon a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Sucks.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
So
Tall and
Webtoons.
thin is not the way to comics.
No.
Webtoons has actually been extremely good for me, at least in terms of like like I don't know if the numbers are accurate. For all I know, the website might be lying to me, but like having the comic on there within a couple of months is like you have over 2,000 subscribers, and I'm like, I do. How is that?
Yeah, there are a lot of people there, so it does seem like the number of comments I get seems to, or I haven't updated there in a while, but it does seem to line up with like what it reports as far as views go. So
Right.
I think it's pretty good. I know, Zeddy, you got your comic up there too. What do you have thoughts about?
Yeah, I actually only put my comic onto Webtoon because everyone kept nagging me to.
Okay, well, this was
But
also
yeah, I
relevant to
think
me, so
to
kind of
have
weird that
more
I happened to back up
engagement over
to.
there rather than
Super weird that I
on
happened to
Tumblr,
back
which
up
is
to
like
this
where I
out of
also post my
everything,
comic.
and it was also
I think
relevant
it's probably because
what
people
I
go
was
there
asked.
to read comics. So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
As opposed
Yeah,
to Twitter
so-
or Tumblr, where it's a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, it does
Yeah.
have
DeviantArt, where they decided to not make it easy for things.
right. It does have its limitations. Like there's really not much customization you can do to your own page. I don't think you can even get like a custom URL for it or anything. It's just like
No.
whatever they
Yeah.
assign you, and you can put like your avatar there, and that's about it. But it is like a very busy
Sounds
place.
fine.
Lots of people posting their comics there. I know they have like what do they have? They used to call it Discovery. I don't know if they still call it that. Like, and then they've got like featured comics, and those people are like on their payroll, and they feature them like up at the top of their main page and everything. And I mean, some of those comics have gotten like option for movie deals and things at this point, so it is seeming to pick up steam as far as like I don't know, it's definitely like done something toward making webcomics more mainstream, for better or worse. And yeah, so I mean, certainly worth checking out. I know Tapas is another thing, maybe similar vein.
Tapas.
Tapas is weird. It's fine, but it almost
I don't know what tapas
it
is.
almost
So I haven't heard
requires
of
you to
that
like
either.
be
Try to remember
exclusively
that.
affiliated. Like
But
that's
write
not
that down
accurate,
some.
but like it requires so much upkeep on your part. Like you don't just post things and it sort of takes care of itself. It's like an active. You have to be an active participant in like everything involved with your comic on that side.
Okay.
I mean, that's not a bad thing, I guess, but like it, again, just kind of mentioning webtoons again, you can just post something there, and I don't know if it like self-advertises or what, but I struggle getting an audience a lot, like a lot. And the fact that I put it on webtoons and it just kind of started like climbing those numbers really quick was like, whoa. Whereas in tapas, it's like, okay, I don't have the energy to
Okay,
keep
I see.
throwing time at this website trying to climb that ladder, I guess.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're
The
talking about
audience
tapas
building can
earlier.
be
Okay, now I'm really
yeah,
glad I went
painfully
back and listened to
slow.
this again.
Especially when you're super enthused about the thing you're doing, you really want other people to look at it and be able to engage with them and
People
everything.
say,
and
"Oh, well,
it's-
you shouldn't like need other people in order to put up your comic." It's
Uh,
like, yeah, but I
Which
do want
is,
people to read it.
you know.
Yeah.
I do actually want people to read it. Though.
I want people to talk to me about it.
If I didn't,
Yeah.
I'd just draw it and then put it
I'm
in a
sorry.
folder under my bed. And
Excuse
nobody
me
would
for
ever
being a social animal.
put it on.
Look at it. If that's all that I needed, then that's what I would do. I would never put it on the internet. Put
Yeah.
it on the internet for no reason.
Yeah.
Excuse me for living.
Wow.
Something to strive for.
The ideal, actually. Speaking of, it's like so. Case, Cheap Thrills is a furry comic, but then Rigsby is not.
Yes.
So what led to that decision? I'm curious.
Well, so
This was also an
originally,
interesting conversation, so I'm just gonna let it
actually,
play.
When I originally came up with the story, was not animal characters.
And I didn't really
but
talk about
I did
anything
not
about
feel
this topic,
confident
so I
in
might
drawing
actually
humans. So
I might say something about it.
decided that I was going to make them animal characters. Although again, going back to how terrible the original comics were, I didn't do that great of a job of drawing the animal characters either. But I just thought that the animal
Ooh.
characters were very expressive.
And one artist that always inspired me for, especially for Quentin here, and his horrifying face, Al Columbia. And definitely don't look him up unless you 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 have a strong stomach for violent artwork. But here's just like a taste of how he can just capture a sinister smirk in just so little. Like, isn't that haunting as all hell? Let me look for just one actually drawn example. Again, don't look this guy up unless unless you got a strong stomach for gory stuff, because pretty bad. It gets pretty dark real fast. Not for the faint of heart, as they say. As I say. Um Oh, I like this one where he actually draws himself. There's just something very haunting about the smiles he makes. And obviously, I've exaggerated it here, but there are other examples where I have tried to emulate some aspects about Columbia's style. But he's been an inspiration to me. You don't really hear about that guy too often, and I bet you.
And they added a little bit of visual interest, but mostly it was just like a confidence thing. I didn't feel confident that I could do as good of a job with human characters. It wasn't like a decision that I made because I was like, I want this to be a part of, you know, the world building or whatever. It was more just like aesthetics. And then when I decided to do Rigsby, I didn't like.
No joke. The reason that the characters in my comic Nostaphobia are furries are because it started out as a zoophobia fanfic. No joke. No cap. Oh, that's what no cap means. I just realized that. I just totally realized that on accident. But I explained that more in the previous short stream.
Brigsby and Cheap Thrills are similar in that it's like similar. Well, it's the same characters basically, pretty much the same setting, pretty much the same premise, but like the story is pretty different. And I didn't want it to be the exact same comic, and I wanted to try something new. Like I really wanted to get back into comics, and I kept trying to think of like, you know, a new story that I was like as interested in as this one, and I still couldn't get away from it. I think in part because I never finished it. But then I felt like, oh, I don't want to just go back to this same comic that I had been doing before because I felt like it had so many issues. I kind of wanted a fresh start, but at the same time, I was like, I don't just want to do the exact same thing over again. But I really like these themes and I really like these characters. And maybe I'll try it with human characters this time because then, um, there's a certain like Tracy was kind of talking about it a little bit earlier about like what's the right tone for this like with animal characters there's always a little bit of like a kind of a silly tone to things even when it is dramatic, and I think I sort of wanted.
And yeah, I was actually asked about the tone of Nostaphobia too, which is interesting. That came up, and I still have a hard time saying whether or not I would say Nostaphobia is slice of life. It's supposed to be more adventure-y and goofy. That I think more like Adventure Time with some tongue-in-cheek teen drama. but then takes a sudden turn into darker themes. It's like in the way Adventure Time did, oh so long ago.
Wanted to. I like that about Cheap Thrills. Like, there are certain things that I can do in Cheap Thrills that I can't really do in Rigsby, as far as just like weird, dramatic, but also stupid things.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I'm not sure how to explain it.
There's like this level of just one step removal from like additional step of removal from reality that just like a little bit more abstraction that makes it just a little bit more forgivable when you get weird. I think
exactly. So Rigsby was meant to be just like a little bit more realistic, I think. But yeah, I mean, like, I still really like working with animal characters. I'm actually working on another comic right now that I'm still not sure how I'm going to publish it, but it'll probably be a web comic about some dogs who they're like these dog characters, and they accidentally murder somebody, and they like go on the run to try
Oh, it's like We Three.
get away from the police or whatever. And it's originally, when I originally wrote it,
Minus the robot bodies.
Extremely, it was not meant to be.
Check out We
like,
Three. That comic slaps.
It was supposed to be this very like serious, like heavy drama. And as I was writing it, I was like, this is just too heavy. It's almost stupid. And so I was like, let's make it very stupid. And so I changed it, and I was like, now they're going to be dogs, and they're going to be doing stupid shit. And I'm really excited about it. Because it's gonna be
Or
very
I guess you
stupid.
could also say,
But,
like
I
this
think-
other comic I saw, Thunderpaw, but
the right
that
kind
was
of
a very
character
different
really,
experience, and who knows
makes
where
a
that
difference
comic
as
is
far
by
as, like,
now.
the tone
That
of what
one
it is
was
that you're
made
playing
entirely
through.
with animated gifs.
Yeah, people definitely get something different. Like it's another sort of codification, I think, for like this is the kind of story you can expect from this kind of character who looks like this. But
Right.
I think you do a really amazing job of just like characterizing them very strongly, whether you're drawing these characters as humans or as animals. It's like it's so easy to recognize them from one comic to the other. This is kind of really cool. Just excellent character design and excellent, just obviously full sense of like who these characters are all around. Just comes through in the artwork. So
Agreed. Like when I first found Cheap Thrills back in like 2010 or something, like it blew my mind because like usually everyone knows like the typical furry style people draw in. Totally zoom past that, and then of course it was really illuminating for you to mention that you read a lot of Archie comics, because I was like there's like a story here that's like really sincere and very character focused. And I've read a lot of web comics, and like it was at the time, like I'd never seen anything that engrossing. It was like watching a TV drama about teens, but on Fur Affinity, which I was like, okay,
Yeah,
there's definitely hope
that's
for
still
furries.
that's still a
For
pretty
sure.
great quote. Yeah, I thought.
Is there though?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I mean, some of them, them.
Listen,
yeah, I mean,
soon they will become completely commodified by Disney, and then it'll be mainstream.
No, that's impossible because Disney already has Robin Hood, and yet it still hasn't happened. They put out
That's true.
Zootopia, and yet the community has still not just become the Zootopia fan community.
What if they trademark the word furry?
They're gonna have. I have a feeling that Disney won't want to touch that one.
Yeah,
they
don't want
they don't want that association. We got.
Yeah, all right.
We gotta make sure it remains a shameful, dirty word so that Disney.
Can I
won't
just say
leave
one
it
more
alone.
thing about that? Like, I think making the characters like animal characters in the first place, like, there was like say what you will about furries, but there was like a built-in audience for it there, where I think if maybe they had been human characters initially, people wouldn't have been quite as interested. Because I think there were a lot of
What would the story be then?
Honestly, being perfectly honest, I think the only reason I have been able to make a living doing Lackadaisy is because furries are awesome and they are very much supportive of the arts. And I think if I didn't have
Yeah, my comic might have been a little bit more successful.
Well, I mean, the artwork of Lackadaisy just fucking slaps. I don't care who you are.
Big titty fox
Probably would
ladies.
have gotten done better. Yeah.
Not to minimize
everybody in the
like,
chat.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But that was
Yeah.
I already had a pre-existing furry audience, and I wasn't thinking about it. But also, I just wanted to draw body horror really bad, and it comes off a little different.
That's why I was kind of shocked to hear that Lackadaisy was even getting an animated anything. He was like, "Really? You're gonna try to animate this?"
All right, more questions? You guys good?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Oh, here's a question from Leandro Fernandez asks, how do you guys name your background layers for animation? For example, are there props and background? Oh, well, this is an animation question, but I think this can apply to comics. If there are props and background elements in front of the character, would you name them BG level 2 or overlay BG? Yes. I find it personally a good idea when I'm working on my comic to name my layers so that I don't like get confused as to what.
Now I'm on layer 28, and that's fine.
Where to go, but that's not.
I just keep making layers.
I was gonna say all of my layers are named like layer 1,
Yeah.
layer 2, layer 3.
Yeah, I have a similar issue.
I get lazy.
Chaotic. I'm kind of chaotic. I just do everything on one layer.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm doing something that I have to share with someone else, I'll definitely name the layers. But if it's just for me, I'm just like, let's just make this garbage and just whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to make a. Sorry.
I was gonna say I used to be very meticulous with my layer naming, just because I wanted to make sure that I kept things organized early on. But nowadays I have such a streamlined process that I don't need to name them anymore. I know what they are based on where they are relative to any other layer around them.
Yeah, well, even if you aren't naming your layers, you kind of have a system of like, kind of your setup for each page kind of like resembles the setup for the preceding page. And
I actually have like a template file for my comic pages where I just like pop it.
Oh, well, I got one of those. I definitely have one of those, and I have one of those with shading.
The frames, and then I just open that up, copy it to a new document, and then start splitting it up. However, the other thing. Yeah, the other thing.
Yeah, I got one of those for this.
I think other programs have some kind of variation.
Well, actually, this one doesn't have the template in it. This one's just for storyboarding.
And it will select the topmost layer.
So I actually haven't dropped the template into this one.
Way to like, I need to select my color flats. Then you can just like control click your color flats where there's no shading or whatever. It makes it a lot easier to navigate.
I have a lot of locked layers and clipped layers. And folders, and I don't know. It starts getting so deep. That's when I do start doing layer 1, layer 2, and that's usually in the back end of like the rendering process. I'm like, I'm never gonna come back to this page, so it's time to get messy. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we had a
merge layer, Control E.
People and share the file, and the file has to make sense. That it really becomes a challenge to organize your extremely layered stuff. Like we ran into an issue with this past week with doing color palettes for compositors, and oh my god, what a file that was. And it doesn't help that like Photoshop was chugging the entire time.
Yeah.
Trying to do anything in that file.
Thanks, Adobe.
Probably the file had it was about like 5,000 or 6,000 pixels tall, and it had probably 20 screen layers.
You're always really great for the people who supported you.
And probably like 60 or 70 text layers that had a stroke around every one of them. And it was just like it was a struggle.
You have no idea how lucky I am using the copy of Photoshop I'm using right now.
When you're doing your own thing, and you maybe aren't planning on immediately handing it off to like a book layout person or an editor or something, or some other, or you're like not doing the work and then handing it off to a colorist or something. You could just do what you want. It's kind of like, it's just like web comics in general. It's like kind of a do what you want thing, So.
Yeah.
For sure.
Everyone's different, I'm sure, but for me, like my average page, I haven't counted in a while, but I don't know. They could easily be 1 to 200 layers, and if you're not labeling your stuff and putting it in folders, it becomes a living hell. So that's what I've had to learn. But again, layer 1, layer 2, I only allow to happen when I'm almost done.
Yeah. I have a system where I I try to actually keep it
Mr.
very minimal
Disciplined
with
over here.
layers, just so that if I spontaneously am like, oh, I want to change the inks over here, I don't have to like dig underneath a bunch of layers to get to it. Like I don't have to switch to a different layer. It's like if I'm on the ink layer, it represents all inks, not just inks over
Right.
here, inks over
So
there.
like,
'Cause
this
it's
is
very
my.
easy for me to, like,
Oh, you
guess
can't see
stuff
it because like for
very
some
easily
reason
with
the
perfect
capture isn't doing any isn't capturing any of the layer
finding it was slowing me down.
that
And I was
I'm doing at all.
all the inks
Like
on one
you
layer, all
can't
the
you
colors
can't
on
see
one
what I'm
layer,
doing
backgrounds
layer
on one
wise. Here, I'll take a screenshot.
because they're a little bit more complicated and they need to be mapped.
If you didn't know better, you'd think I was working completely blind.
To just go and fix things, like the less time that I have to sort through shit in the program, the better. So I just don't want to think that much.
See, that's what it
Yeah,
looks like on my
I
end.
that way at the sketch process, but once I get to the line art and rendering process, that's when my layers have to get really meticulous. So I have done like all combinations.
See, like that's what I'm seeing.
like to use the
For some reason, the
liquid
the capture isn't getting that, but that's what I got.
drawing separate from the
An
rest
ink
using the selection tool
for like for this one thing, and then layer 30 for blah 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 blah.
So Tracy's like mini comics have been getting adapted into comic dubs on this channel. Which, by the way, if you guys are interested, you can go click to look at the what comic dub playlist. Just say.
Smash
these
that
comics
bell.
were not originally. They were not originally
I actually gave him a
formatted
thicker
for
neck.
anybody else to scrub. through.
Nope.
So...
Sorry, everybody.
So, but Tracy having to sit there and like reformat these things, and then like and us having to like break stuff up so that it was usable for the editors giving the dubs to like be able to do things, and so that actually influenced how we even allowed things to move because we're like, do not spend that much time on this.
I likewise I get to a point in my process, like in the midst of working on it, I'll have anywhere between 30 and 100 layers, but like in any given comic page. But then I get to a point where like, okay, this is unwieldy. I need to like edit multiple layers at once, and Photoshop doesn't allow you to do that very easily. Or like if I need to like move
Multiple layers
one
at
layer
once.
and parts of another layer underneath it, like at the same time. I wish Photoshop was better about letting you like specific selections of.
Ye speak of witchcraft?
No. So I end up like collapsing things down and then just using like adjustment layers from there on out. And so having the characters separate from the backgrounds, which would be very useful for doing comic dub stuff where you want the characters to move a little bit, would be great. But that did not happen to be the case. And so Fable has painstakingly.
It's getting really hot in this room.
Where there should have been a background.
know
Sorry
how.
for causing you all that pain, and also the editors who've had to deal with that.
Thankfully, pretty much the main source of pain is just going like, okay, what brush do I use to achieve this texture, which I know was done via like collapsing down 3 paper textures and airbrushing like 50 different overlays on top. And it's like, I have to go do, like, one layer. What do I do?
Yeah, I mean, what you can be kind to yourself and try to have some foresight about like what your file might end up being needed for in the future, but sometimes you just can't tell. Like I had no idea when I started Lackadaisy, nobody had smartphones. There was no like mobile comic thing happening, and so it just didn't occur to me to format pages in such a way that would be conducive to that kind of reading. So. Like vertical scrolling.
I wish I had known that. Like I was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm remembering how some of your pages are formatted. That must have been hell.
On a computer desktop, it'll look like if you open
That's
up
funny.
a book, and that way the flow will be great. And it's like,
but
it
even
could work out in that way, but nobody reads comics like that. So.
Right, and it affects the way you tell a story too. Like if you're doing a page layout, like.
Exactly.
Almost before, like if
gosh darn it, look at some of the stuff these guys are spitting out and time it's taking me to do one, like, well,
try to, like, steer someone's eye
drawing
away
2
from
guys.
It to, like, get to the end of the page, or like lead up to it. But...
Well, okay, these are like 6 different people drawing on one page. I'm but a man. I am but a man. I am but a little mouse.
Approaching webcomics is that every update needs to have a hook that drags you into the very next thing, and I'm like, yeah, but if you're binging it, that's kind of weird.
Also trying to keep up with their
that was
designs.
like a thing that I kind of had to unlearn.
Yeah.
Like when I was first starting Cheap Thrills, I felt like every comic had to have a hook. It either had to end with like a joke or like a cliffhanger or some dramatic sting, and I think that can be okay, but usually people like the majority of people who are going to read your web comic probably actually aren't going to read most of it in real time, and I just feel like I ended up
Oh.
writing a lot of like stupid jokes or like, dumb dramatic moments that didn't need to be there because of it. And so I've been trying to like unlearn, like not do that as much because when I go back and read the comics, in the moment it feels okay, and then when I go back and read it, I'm like, that's stupid. Why did I do that?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense,
I have fallen in that trap before, where like what you guys are saying is like you have to have the hook every page, and I think half of it's intentional and the other half isn't, because like I don't know how you guys approach it. I mean, I always like obviously have the script first, but then I just read through it and I try to visually see the page in my head.
I'm
and
trying to
try
understand what
like,
they're talking about
conceptually
here,
plan it in
honestly.
my mind, and then I'll try to jot it down. But it's like, okay, if this is just how much I can fit on here without feeling cramped. But it's like it's always a plus where if I could have that page turn hook or that setup for the next page, because yeah, I know what you're saying, like, because I don't mean it to. I don't want to make it weird. I want it to be natural when you read the page, but I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but I know what you guys are talking about.
It's sort of a pitfall where you are trying to anticipate what the audience wants instead of just telling your story the way that best fits the story.
I guess I haven't done
all
that
artists who are doing real time
since
who are doing updates
really
and
really early webcomics. I don't know.
people who are like engaged in
I kind of know what they're talking about here.
like
I don't
update
know.
by update basis. It's just sometimes I wish I could just like hunker down and draw like an entire volume and put that out, because I would be less concerned
Oh,
with what each
okay.
page ended on or something. But yeah, it's or
like,
having
you have to imagine that.
I think I get it. I think they're talking about basically wrapping up each page with some kind of purpose, as opposed to letting each page end, whether it be like naturally, let a page end naturally and not force some kind of stinger at the end, and release an entire book in one season. When she said like, I wish I could just make like just go through an entire volume in one sitting and then release it all, like then I understood what they were talking about. That I get. That's that's the impossible dream. That's what people want to accomplish with AI. That's not going to happen. Well, not in any way that we want, anyway.
The person that discovers your comic and like they read one page and like, I don't get it.
right, or worried that like, oh, this page doesn't have anything funny on it, so it's not worth. Someone's gonna like it, no one's gonna enjoy this page because it's like there's no joke in it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I get it now.
Another page is coming out later, so
yeah.
None of
They're
us,
really
none
interesting.
None of us write strips. See, like a webcomic where
Okay. Yeah. I've never been good at strips.
We don't write. Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, the people here aren't gag.
Ah, God, I wish I could. I wish I could do strip comedy. I wish I could do like a churn out a Garfield-esque type of thing, like every other day, and be done with it. God, that would be the dream. I would love that. That would be great, and I'd get paid a gajillion dollars, and I'd have just fuck you money. I would love that. But that's not gonna happen. Is there seriously a lawnmower dying on my front lawn? That was really weird.
webcomic artists, or like those kind of sort of like joke a day sort of things, or
Well, this
gag
is
a
a
day.
very interesting one for
Posted on
me
Twitter.
because,
Yeah.
like, for me, it's kind of the opposite, or not necessarily the opposite, but like, so like I do work with an editor, and they're very, they never fail to remind me that I should have hooks on every page. And so the challenge becomes, okay, how do you actually do that
Yeah, but
consistently
you could take a single
without
panel and
making it
edit it in a way to
and
make a exciting
and
thumbnail or something.
the I guess the consequence of that, the end result of that is that almost every page kind of has this element of like, and then what's going to happen, right? Um, but yeah, the challenge of like not having to go out of your way and like make it stilted is really like how
Stilted.
do you
Good
manage that
word.
from like a page to page basis. And
Yeah, it really
takes
affects your.
it takes a lot of planning early on.
Yeah, it definitely affects your like sense of natural storytelling and stuff to have to like take that into account as well. It's
Oh, I think that
as if you were
was
writing a
from
novel.
one
I
of
do
the
the script
people in the
first, like write the
podcast.
story
Okay.
you want, have it in writing, and then when I do the page planning, I try to find, okay, which line is the best break point. That's kind of how I try to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey,
There's a comic in chat.
I like that one. Which line is the best break point? I like that. Okay, so like, what's a good line to separate the pages with? That works. It doesn't interrupt the flow of the story. And it doesn't like make it too awkward to leave it page by page. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's solid advice right there.
A comment in chat right now that's by it says if your story is good, you shouldn't need hooks, because the story should be what keeps someone interested.
Uh-huh.
No, because have you ever
Not in
picked up a
social
book
media.
and you've read?
Yeah.
But also, have you ever picked up a book and you read the first paragraph and it's not interesting at all? Will you keep reading if there's nothing that keeps you reading? So we're saying that it's weird if you
Yeah,
like
and that's a good example. That's a good example. But like, imagine this: like every single page is a first page. it's even more. It's even more egregious because with social media, every page becomes a first page for somebody. You understand? Because somebody out there is discovering you for the first time. So like, so it's a new book to somebody. It's a new paragraph. But like, well, whatever. I made my point.
Literally every page, but that doesn't mean have no hook. And by hook, we mean what's the intriguing, open-ended question that has yet to be answered.
Right.
Right.
Or it could be like a weird visual thing, or just something like that. So these aren't bad things. It's just figuring out how to make that organic.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a something intriguing necessarily. It just you have to like if you're done reading it and you're like, I got nothing out of reading that, like that's a bad page. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to have a hook on it per se, but you have to be interested in it. I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
I've had pages where there's no hook for the week, and I'm like, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've had
No
that.
one's gonna say anything.
It's not great.
I like having pages that are just nothing is happening. It's just atmosphere. It's just here's just the environment and the characters walking through the environment, and you're just absorbing that. But I don't think that's a hook. But it's what I want to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like the quiet. Like that's kind of one of the things I'm trying to achieve.
Ideally, I think
It's good
the way this
thumbnail
book
bait.
materializes in practice is that if you are doing something that is keeping the audience interested and engaged, that is the hook.
Yeah.
So like I think it's that comment from earlier that it was like, don't worry about hooks, just make it interesting. It's like no, but that's like they're the same thing. It's like hooks are the things that kind of keep you going.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop you. Like logically you know that, but it doesn't stop you from feeling like insecure and like you're failing if you have like a bunch of action, like there's a shootout or something, and then the next several pages are just a couple characters having a conversation that's very plot relevant, but it's like, how do I make this as interesting as that? Like, no, everybody's gonna lose interest. You just feel that way as you're as you're working. It's just part of it. You have to have those like those those breaks in between action in order to tell a story effectively overall. But on a update by update basis, if you're keeping people waiting for like a month or more per page, like I have been notorious for doing, like yeah, you feel like, oh well, this update isn't going to be enough for everybody. It's got to have something funny in it, otherwise it's going to be, yeah, it's hard. It's a different thing than like writing a full book or writing a screenplay or something, and having the whole thing done before any audience really experiences it, as opposed to like incrementally telling a story to an audience that engages with it in real time,
I feel
and
sometimes I'd have a discovery hook. Like if you're reading, you're trying to find the break point, you think that you know what the page is going to be, and you're like, God, this isn't working. Everything in this script is like, this is going to suck. And sometimes I'll just, okay, screw it. It doesn't need to be a loaded page. I'll pull it back, and sometimes I'll have huge panels and like a huge scene. It's like, all right, this is the page I didn't think it was going to be, but it's better this way by
right.
actually having less on the page.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes
Oh
it's
my
just an
God,
establishment
Oh.
shot, and that's like you as the
I've done
storyteller,
that
like this is
before.
satisfying for me because I'm establishing something here. But like
I've
for a reader,
straight up
you
done
always
that
have that
before.
lingering, like, oh, they're not gonna like it. They're gonna be
And
disappointed.
that actually turned out to be one of the pages of
It's
Skullboy I still
actually
like.
a big thing with mine because the way that my
Interesting.
stories blend out is there's an insane amount of like escalating setups early on, and then as soon as I hit like I don't know like a quarter into book 3, which I'm gonna get to relatively soon, it's going to be just like an avalanche of payoffs all the way to the end of the story. But the fact that so much of it early on is like nothing but like setups, for some people feels like it goes kind of slow a little bit.
Yeah.
And I've learned to manage that better. But like, yeah, you get so excited about like doing setups that it's kind of easy to forget that like, okay, no, but I should actually be doing something right now that like people care about.
Yeah, yeah. Like you just keep you
Mini
feel like it's not
comics are
enough to
always
keep telling
fun.
people like, no, it'll pay off. Like this will pay off. Really, this is leading up to something. Really, but yeah. Or and then you're also like tempted to just like spill the beans anytime someone asks you like a question about the plot or something, and you're just like so tempted.
You
to
don't
just,
have to be
like,
plot
this
plot
happened
relevant.
because you've had this idea in your head for like years and you still haven't gotten around to drawing it because you're just still getting there from drawing one page at a time. And it's like, that's maddening. Comics is hard,
My
guys.
head that I want to draw that won't be drawn for probably 4 years.
Yep, that's
We
that's
had
the way it is.
real quick before we move on from hooks and stuff. BioShut donated $5. Thank you very much. It
Oh,
said
thank
Jim
you.
Butcher had one of the best hooks ever. The building was on fire, and it wasn't my fault. Okay, that sounds very like Rocky right there.
That was probably the Dresden Files, which is a fun like urban fantasy noir type series. Wow, my words just died.
All of us.
All right. So, Crystallistopia, speaking of editors, do you need a real editor to make your comic, or do you do it yourself? Well, Ben just said that he has
Real
an
editor.
Do you guys have editors? Or do you just
Nope.
have a friend that you show
Good
things
Lord,
to and go, help?
My brother-in-law is kind of my editor because he's actually he loves to write, and he's a big comic consumer his whole life. So he's actually helped me identify tons of writing mistakes and page and paneling mistakes and bubbling mistakes. I mean, without him, I would have been Noobsville in my first volume. So no, he definitely helped me a lot with that, just because of his prior knowledge. And he was published in one small magazine, like some article about him. He was working with a friend, but I'm so happy I had him because he's kind of responsible for even the direction I took in my first book. I didn't even plan to do. So he's a good person to lean on. I just pay him in like lunch or something. Yeah, whatever. I do more than that for him.
My partner actually is an editor and just got a master's degree in English, and he's trying to get more work along those lines, basically. So sometimes when I'm working, like I'll show something to him since he does know the story, and he can pick up on like on a lot of technical details and that kind of thing. But also sometimes it's just what I like about doing the comic is that it is my responsibility, and I kind of don't want to involve a ton of people in it.
You definitely don't need, like, we've talked about a little bit about editors. I've talked about like book editors, and that's like a different thing. If you're taking it to print, you may end up working with someone You may end up doing all the layout yourself too, but and then we've mentioned editors for like the comic dubs and stuff, but that's like the person doing the video editing. But I've never had like a comic editor like in a formal way. You might want to bounce your things off of like a friend or loved one or someone who you trust, or you know, has created creative capabilities.
You definitely need somebody else's input. That's for
Right,
sure, but
some feedback from a objective source, because it's easy to lose perspective on your own work and whether like what
an
you're drawing even
objective
makes.
source who is interested in it, you know, in it being good. You know, they're not just like, well, that's just a bad idea, so you should just stop. It's not the
Right.
feedback you want. It's like, you should just stop working on this. And you should just, I don't know. This all sounds like bad ideas, and you should just stop and not bother. It's like that's like, please don't
Someone
like
tell me that one.
the thing. Yeah, yeah. It's like, please don't say the things that I hear in my own brain. That's not what I need.
I hear that enough
I
for
don't
myself.
need. Yeah, I give myself plenty of that. Okay, next question. I can answer to this one by Vero Vetarusi, who says, offers self as tribute, struggles of not safe for work comics. Well, my comic has some darker elements to it, and there's like body horror, and there's nudity, and sex happens, and that kind of thing. It's not a porn comic, but that's one reason why I wanted to have my own website, was because I was like, I just didn't, I just was like, inevitably, social media sites just start cracking down on any kind of adult content whatsoever. And even if you're not doing anything that bad, it's not very discriminatory as to like what does or doesn't count as not safe for work to them. You could say, oh, I think this is fine, but they'll be like, nope, we can't sell Cheerios next to this, so goodbye. Because that's
Cheerios!
How much advertising space they can sell. And so if it's not like
My Cheerios! My Cheerio sponsorship!
that is digestible for
You can't sell Cheerios next to this.
but also, you and I might personally not want it to be the kind of thing that
Sorry, Quentin and Lauren, we can't sell Cheerios next to your face. Goodbye.
Do any of you have?
I'm pretty sure that my comic's not gonna be violent, really.
NSFW sort of
So I don't think I have anything to really worry about.
experience
Are
with like
occasionally, not on like a porn level, but there is
Fantasy
there's some nudity and
violence,
there's a lot of
if anything.
images, and things like that. And for me, like I've never put like my government name on any of my, just because
My government
I've always
name.
retained a day job. I work for a corporate entity right now, and you know, if they like read it and found it, I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But also, I just don't want to be like applying for a job somewhere and have them Google my name and find, you know, a giant hairless dog, you know, smoking meth, you know, and like my name, like,
Ah! That's what you do.
I would be really impressed.
I would be impressed. I'd put that on my resume. Well done. When do you start?
What is this? So yeah, I've always
It's my boyfriend.
a pen name for everything.
Oh,
and again,
shit.
like, I'm not embarrassed of what I do or anything. It's just due to the fact that I like to retain
Here's
work
my-
that is not related to it. It's just easier to sort of separate it a little bit.
Yeah.
next question. Is the highlight just a reflection of the light by Simon Pollock?
That's really deep, man.
is the highlight? Are you talking about
Yo,
the
man.
highlight in a character's eye?
In our
like
cells.
gloss on a surface, like did it
Oh,
really
oh.
light?
You mean the rim light?
The rim light. Oh, it might be because we were talking about rim light. Yeah. I mean, it's just a lighting condition where light is kind of like only on the outer edge of a character.
Like a skin condition.
It is a condition. It is an infectious disease. Yes.
It's no. It's a shader. It's a
The
shader.
severe case of rim.
That case of rim light. Yeah. I'm gonna get some antibiotics for that.
Take 2 pills a day.
All right. Jenna Johnson asks, how do you get to writing dialogue for your comics? Personally, I can kind of hear them in my head.
Yeah.
I talk to myself in the car.
Yeah.
Right now.
I think
Just invented
I go on Gaia Online and roleplay.
most like writers / people who invent characters, I think are maybe.
Is Gaia Online even still a thing?
I space out and I'm just like listening to my characters have conversations in my head sometimes, or go for like, yeah.
You can always hear their voices.
Yeah.
I mean, how much do you guys agree with the whole concept? I've heard it from others, like write what you know. Is that the best approach?
Add caveats.
I think a little
I
bit,
know
maybe,
bug
but
boys
I
and
think more, like,
and slimy alien interdimensional alien people.
You gotta maintain that interest. It just goes back to that thing I was saying.
Now, there is one thing I've heard that I'll comment on, and then I'm gonna actually start wrapping things up here. Stream's kind of dead at the moment, and I've been going on for almost 4 hours. No, I could go on for longer. Gotta at least finish up coloring this one drawing. But stream's kind of dead. I will say that you should learn to write at least one normal short story that takes place in like the real world with normal real life characters, because it's helpful. It is helpful to learn how to write just a normal, grounded to earth story. Just to see the mechanics. In order to know how, I'm not saying it's necessary, but it helped me in terms of learning how A, B, C, D, like in terms of writing a story goes. And it actually can be fun if you allow it to, even if it seems boring.
Before I was like, indulge, because it's gonna be a lot of hard work and you might as well love it. So I think right
you want to know.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
too.
At least finish up like
exactly.
the solids
I was
for
gonna add to that
more
is
in
that
here.
An issue that I think
Then
a
I'll
lot
call
of
it.
people run into, and a lot of people kind of take issue with it, but then when they sit down to write, they don't think about it then, because it's very easy to just skip over, is that you don't know everything about anything. So if you sit down and you start writing things, you sit down and you start writing things, and you write a lot of stuff, and in your head it makes sense, but that's going to be kind of limited by how much you actually know about any given subject. Which is why sometimes you'll get like, I don't know, some science fiction thing that comes out, and then all the scientists are like, well, that's not very scientific. There's like variations of that. Like if you're somebody who writes horses and you see people riding horses bad in a movie or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
So I think researching things that you like so that you can portray them better will enrich.
What's that one phrase that goes around? You believe in everything in the newspaper, and then something comes up that you're an expert in, and you go like, "Hey, hang on, that's not right."
Your experience, making it like a lot more than just superficially throwing it in there.
Because there's sciencey stuff in mine that I've had to be like, it's like, if I'm gonna write this, I better be right, or I'm gonna be made a fool. So, I've had to do research on certain things just to make sure.
Another dimension.
Kid that's in college being a
I just
scientist.
do another dimension. No, I am gonna do a little bit more, more than just. It's another dimension, lol. Because it will get more complicated than that eventually. But I'm not going to get deep into the sci-fi stuff, so I'm going to spare myself that.
That's not how things would enter the brain. It would be impossible. They would just die. And I'm like, they're zombies.
Matter.
Yeah, like, do you have a zombie that you can show me this on, dude?
No, it just can't happen. And it's like, okay, they're zombies, though. Yeah,
reminds
I
me.
want to understand. You can't just say, "Well, just don't do that." It's like, but how, in a fictional way, could I justify this? And is that actually important?
I remember that the Ren and Stimpy episode, Visit to Anthony's, when they visit him, they're like cartoons, and they're like taking a crap and taking a bath, and he walks in to him and he says, "Cartoons don't do that." Like, it's like, what?
That's funny.
I don't know. Like, I just remembered it. Made me laugh so hard.
I will try my best. I will try my best to at least get it to the point where the average person can look at it and go like, okay. I understand, of course, that I'm not an expert in literally every field ever because I don't know how one could be. So I just try to get it to the point where it's at least not entirely insulting. Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, I think
Oh wait,
don't
I
underestimate
remember.
your
I remember this
audience.
about
Don't assume that they're. Yeah, I
his
think.
color scheme.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
his
made a
ears are the
mistake
same
of like
color as his
setting
fingernails.
expectations early that I was doing like quote unquote historically accurate comic, and that has made life difficult ever since because I've lived up to
Oh,
a certain
no.
standard of accuracy, and that requires doing a lot of research and going down a lot of rabbit holes of very obscure, esoteric information. But it has been also very fun if you enjoy that sort of thing. Like, yeah, I mean, but you can. I think you can kind of like set the bar for yourself and be like, you can set something in like say a historical setting, but kind of play it fast and loose with actual history. And if as long as you're consistent about it, I think that's really the thing. If you're consistently going off the rails and doing stuff that's anachronistic, like people are just going to expect that, and that's fine. But
Like
if you're
300?
yeah, right. And if you're doing something like a bit more like in line with actual history, and then you just derail into something, unless it's like a very planned out like derailment or something that's like pertinent to the plot or whatever, and suddenly you introduce something that's like extremely out of place. I think that might be a little bit jarring. But
You don't want to be
yeah, I mean,
you don't want to be intentionally testing your audience's suspension of disbelief.
exactly. Yeah.
Good, good way of wording it.
As far as like from a slice of life perspective, like from my perspective, I do write what I know, because I mean, like I try to, I mean, I write about characters who are supposed to be living in the real world in sort of a modern time. It's supposed to be very authentic. And so, my characters live in a rural Midwestern town because I live in a rural Midwestern town and I have my entire life, and that's what I know. I think if I were
Okay,
to
yeah,
try to write
you
a
know what?
comic about
The whole write what you know thing should not be taken literally. Yeah, that's a good perspective. Yeah. Like you have a certain setting that you want to put your characters in. Then you start drawing on your personal things. But yeah, okay.
Somebody, a rich person living in Manhattan, I would never be able to do that because that's not an experience that I personally can
Right. Okay.
relate to, I guess. So I think writing what you know,
It's a pretty awesome podcast,
like
I must
a
say.
level of like
I must
personal
say.
experience, I think you should, or I mean, do whatever you want, but
I mean, do whatever you want. I don't know. I'm not your mom.
Be authentic to my own experiences and not try to pretend that I know something about something that I don't, I guess.
Following up with what you said, your comic was the Rigsby comic was one I was able to read, and as I was reading it, I could tell that the author here, the authenticity was very real. Like I could tell that this wasn't just writing; like this felt like experience. So
yeah,
no,
I mean,
I got through it. It was excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, people who actually have lived that experience, if they see that, they can. I mean, anybody can spot, inauthenticity from a mile away, I guess.
Yeah.
On that level, I mean, it's maybe a little bit different when you're dealing with, sci-fi or fantasy or whatever. Like, but as far as like trying to write an authentic experience, like you can't fake authenticity. So I wouldn't do that. I
Definitely
guess.
wouldn't recommend it.
Right. Yeah, I think tonally, yeah, if you're trying to do something authentic and like genuine feeling, certainly having some experience in that area is what you want to do. And if you're trying to do something maybe more farcical or just silly or what have you, you can delve into different things that maybe you don't have. You could write that Manhattan, billionaire or whatever. But
yeah,
I think just bear in mind,
I mean,
like,
I could write a story about a douchebag man who's a billionaire, and it would be hilarious, but it wouldn't be authentic.
right.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to
I
that.
want to see Frank in his golden palace
Yeah.
in the middle of
Anticipation with Frank.
yes. Frank goes to New York City and wins the stock market.
Yeah, his spots are the same color
Yeah,
too.
so I'd like to add something to that because, like what you said, is very important about writing stuff that's genuine. It comes from experience. And I think I meant to say this earlier, but I don't know if I communicated it right until you said, and it reminded me. It's that a lot of people write, for example, about abusive relationships because they've been in abusive relationships themselves, and so they write about their own experience. And so much of like abusive
Oh, I'm on the
dynamics,
wrong
like,
layer.
there's so much psychology behind that, and if all you know about them is somebody was really terrible to me
Stupid
once,
Steam.
and then just kind of put that on the page, you may be doing a disservice to like the subject. And again, it kind of comes down to like
yeah.
how you present things and any number of moving parts. But like if you can inform yourself a little bit more on your own personal experiences by reading more about it or whatever, I think like it doesn't really hurt at the very least.
I say write what you want to know. So like if you're writing it's your hometown, then and that's what you want to know more about. That's how you want to digest it. Then yeah. What you want to know is like sci-fi stuff. Then you're probably going to be engaging with that kind of material. If you're writing about abusive relationships and like psychology is a really big part of it. I mean, it's all the things that you want to know that you're going to go out of your way to like learn more about and research and that sort of thing. Even when it is close to home and you think you know it really well, you'll still find yourself like
you're gonna learn
what
so much.
familiar territory is, and you'll come at it from a place of an observer rather than just someone who's just passively living through it. Like it's one reason why I set my comic in my home state is that I was like I wanted to maintain some sort of connection to where I'm from, and old memories, and like to be able to come back to this place that I left and to see it from like another angle basically, and appreciate it for what it is instead of just what it wasn't for me. So
we have a 1,000 Nigerian naira donation from Omar Kaj. Been seeing the donate to PayPal notification, but I feel like this will be easier without interrupting the stream. Oops. Keep up the good work, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. There we go. I think that's good. Well, thank you for everyone who tuned. Thank you to everyone who tuned into the stream, and thank you for the likes. We'll do another stream at regular time. Actually, we're going to do another stream pretty soon, but it's going to be a gaming stream. It's going to be just something a little bit more gamer oriented. But the little doodle got my characters out there, and I got to update my audience a little bit. Also, remember to join the new Discord server. It's in link in the description. I haven't decided what I'm going to be streaming next, but it will be some sort of Halloween themed video game. And I will talk to you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye.